Chapter 1328, Catching Turtles in a Pot. Chapter 1328, Catching Turtles in a Pot. The appearance of W and G Tutao and the rest caught the Wind 7 heroes by surprise. They were stunned too, but Chang Liang reacted extremely quickly, understanding what was going on virtually right away. At the same time, he could not help being secretly alarmed. Wasn't it said that the Myriad Treasure Tower's alchemist was a cripple who could not cultivate? How could he have such formidable strength? The current Chang Liang already ascertained that the youth who entered the Ghost King Cave was precisely the Myriad Treasure Tower's guest alchemist. It was Yi Yuan. This lord, this Chang doesn't understand what you mean. If this Chang has the capability to destroy the spectroscope, then I also wouldn't need to strive in this Wind den all year round. Chang Liang said with cupped fists. His mind flashed like lightning and knew that only by refusing to admit even unto death at present could he have a slim chance of survival. In reality, he really did not expect that Yi Yuan was the person the W.A.N.G. family was looking for. But W.A.N.G. Yutao sneered coldly when he heard that and said, "You don't need to quibble anymore. I only believe the truth. I see with my eyes. We've already inquired, clearly. After that punk entered the Wind den, it has always been you guys leading the way for him. Just based on this point, you all deserve death." Chang Liang groaned in secret, but his expression was in a daze as he said, "Your Excellency, this lowly one really doesn't know what you're talking about. There was a youth who offered 7,000 pieces of divine essence stones to have us lead the way. But this Chang also didn't know that that was the person your Excellency wanted to find." W.A.N.G. Yutao said coldly, "No matter how glib your tongue, helping that boy is also a fact. Come, men, take them down for me. If there is resistance, capture and immediately execute." W.A.N.G. Yutao's words thoroughly extinguished the last trace of Chang Liang's hope. For a fluke, his expression changed, and he said gravely, "Brothers, enter the cave." At this time, the other 3 sides were all blocked off. The Ghost King Cave at the back was the only retreat path. The figures of Chang Liang, the 7 of them, were like lightning speeding over towards the Ghost King Cave. Seeing this, W.A.N.G. Yutao snorted coldly. Raising his hand, it was a palm. A bunch of people who have no idea of life or death. Powerful divine essence instantly exploded. A terrifying air billow swept over towards the 7 people. Chang Liang revealed a horrified look and cried out, "Brothers, you all go in." He unleashed all of his strength in this lifetime, wanting to deal with W.A.N.G. Yutao's blow. However, this was merely an ant trying to topple a tree. Facing the grand completion grotto profound W.A.N.G. Yutao, Chang Liang did not have the least bit of strength to resist. However, Chang Liang already made the resolve to die. He wanted to protect his brothers to enter the cave. Although the Wind 7 heroes were not some good people, when facing such an imminent disaster, adversity tests friends. H.I.+P. Boss Chang Liang blocked the spear for his brothers without the slightest hesitation. But right at this time, 2 figures suddenly dashed out, covering up Chang Liang's profile. "Big brother, live well and take revenge for us." It was number 3 and number 7. Chang Liang's eyes turned bloodshot, his 2 eyes scarlet red. But W.A.N.G. Yutao's palm force already arrived. Even if he wanted to do something, it was too late as well. Boom. An enormous force directly blasted number 3 and number 7, together with Chang Liang flying. However, the majority of the force was blocked by number 3 and number 7. Chang Liang vomited a mouthful of fresh blood with a wah. Number 3 and number 7 beside him had long ceased breathing already. Chang Liang was very decisive. He knew that now was not the time to be irresolute and hesitant. Forcefully crawling up, he headed over towards the Ghost King Cave. Although this palm of W, A, and G Yutao killed number 3 and number 7, Chang Liang also borrowed the force of this palm and arrived at the Ghost King Cave's entrance. His figure speed, burrowing straight into the cave. Second brother, what do we do now? W, A, and G Yugan asked. What else can we do? Go in and capture the people. Right now, we're catching turtles in a pot. W, A, N, G Yutao said without the least bit of hesitation. At this time, a martial artist said rather fearfully, Why, Your Excellency, this place is the Ghost King Cave. This martial artist was the guide that the W, A, N, G family found. W, A, N, G Yutao's face fell, and he said, So what if it's the Ghost King Cave? The guide said, The Ghost King Cave is the most dangerous place in the Een Wind Den. The evil spirits inside too many to count. Furthermore, the Ghost King Cave's depths might have 2-star evil spirits existing. Once we startle the 2-star evil spirit, none of US can escape. W, A, N, G Yutao's expression also turned apprehensive when he heard that, but he became relieved very quickly and said with a cold snort, What about that? I don't believe that brat dares to enter the depths of the Ghost King Cave. Go. That guide was helpless and could only enter the Ghost King Cave. Chang Liang 5 people had also never entered the Ghost King Cave before. This place was all human martial artists' forbidden area. So after entering, Chang Liang 5 people ran wildly without distinguish. I plussing the direction at all. But what made them surprised was that along the way, they actually did not even encounter a single evil spirit. No idea how long they ran, either. They suddenly saw that there was a figure ahead, currently sitting cross-legged. Big brother, it's that kid. If not for this boy, number 3 and number 7 wouldn't have died either. This score, we have to find him to settle it properly. Big brother, kill this kid. Take revenge for number 3 and number 7. These few people were almost in tears when talking. Clearly, the death of number 3 and number 7, they were all unable to accept it. They knew that they were forever not W, A, N, G Yutao's match. Therefore, they cast the anger onto Yi Yuan. Chang Liang's injuries were not light. Currently, he was forcefully holding on to a breath. Seeing the appearance of his group of brothers filled with righteous indignation, Chang Liang's expression was also ugly to the extreme. Brothers, every injustice had its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. Number 3 and number 7 were killed by W, A, N, G Yutao. Want to settle this score? We also have to settle it with them. Us, and Master, ye only did a transaction. Putting this score on his head isn't fair. Chang Liang said. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and looked at Chang Liang with some surprise, and slowly opened his mouth to say, The W and G family being so utterly devoid of conscience exceeded my expectations. But the one who caused the deaths of number 3 and number 7 wasn't me, but yourselves. If you all want to count this score, on this ye's head, this Yi will keep you company. Yi Yuan's words made the few people explode, all at once. We caused the death of number 3 and number 7. Brat, you don't make unfounded accusations. Don't think that by killing a few evil spirits, you can scare us. You're merely a puny little initial stage grotto profound. I don't believe that you're really us brothers' match. Chang Liang's expression was incomparably ugly. Yi Yuan's words made him regret to the max. But they heard Yi Yuan saying indifferently, The 7 of you, each and every one of you, had killing intent aroused towards this Yi before. Putting it bluntly, you're all just a bunch of robbers who murder and seize goods. If not because of this, perhaps this young master would have made a move to save previously and even brought you all into the Ghost King cave. Yi Yuan's words made Changliang 5 people shocked inwardly. Turns out that their killing intent, Yi Yuan had long perceived it keenly. It was just that he did not expose it all along. Now, number 3 and number 7 died. It was a retribution for them having killing intent aroused. Not that they did not wish to kill Yi Yuan. It was just that Chang Liang detected the danger. That was why they did not make a move. Hence, Yi Yuan had no need to be responsible for their life and death. Between them was merely just a transaction. Also, if not looking on account of your brotherly affection, do you guys think that you can still live to see this young master? Yi Yuan said coolly, Chapter 1329, Fatal Encirclement. Chapter 1329, Fatal Encirclement. Your Excellency, something seems to be not quite right. This Ghost King cave is too quiet. The guide's expression was not too good, as he said. W.A.N. Ji Yutao's face fell, and he said, Enough, C.R.A.P. You just have to care about leading the way. I don't believe that the kid can still overturn the heavens. No need the guide to warn. How could W.A.N. Ji Yutao not know that something was amiss? They had always been on guard after entering the Ghost King cave, but along the way, they did not even run into a single evil spirit. Since the Ghost King cave was one of the Wind Den's most dangerous places, then there should be a lot of evil spirits. W.A.N. Ji Yugan also felt all the hairs on his body stand on end as he could not resist saying, Second brother, it's better to withdraw. As long as we guard the entrance, will we still be afraid that the kid doesn't come out? W.A.N. Ji Yugan's suggestion made W.A.N. Ji Yutao palpitate with excitement as well. If he risks his life and just hole up inside here and not go out, W.A.N. Ji Yutao asked. The moment the guide heard that W.A.N. Ji Yutao was moved, he hurriedly said, Impossible! Even Grand Completion Grotto Profound Powerhouse can only last at most a year here. Any longer, the energy here will corrode the fleshy body and cause tremendous damage to the physical body. If mild, it will damage the Martial Tao Foundation. If severe, one will become an corpse. W.A.N. Ji Yutao's expression changed, not expecting that this Wind Den still had so many things to pay attention to. Since it was like this, he could rest assured. Okay, we'll withdraw. W.A.N. Ji Yutao's heart was also somewhat pounding, as he said. But just as they turned around and were about to withdraw, Wind suddenly stirred up. Woo, woo, all around. No idea where heaps of evil spirits emerged from either, all late-stage 1-star. Looking at the numbers, there were probably no less than 1,000. Such a scale of evil spirits. Even W.A.N. Ji Yutao, this kind of powerhouse, felt his scalp tingle too. Although Grand Completion Grotto Profound could casually crush late-stage Grotto Profound, it was not to say that Grand Completion Grotto Profound was invincible. Evil spirits were more difficult to tangle with in the first place for martial artists. With over 1,000 evil spirits jumping out all at once, even if W.A.N. Ji Yutao and W.A.N. Ji Yugan joined hands, they also did not dare say to be able to retreat unscathed. What's going on here? Where in the world did these evil spirits emerge from? Second Elder, what should we do? So many late-stage 1-star evil spirits. We're dead for sure this time. The faces of these W.A.N. G family second-generation powerhouses all turned green. An aura of despair was spreading among them. One late-stage 1-star evil spirit was already enough for them to suffer. 1,000 appearing all at once. How could they not despair? All shut up for me. Shouting and wrangling. Can it scare away these evil spirits? All follow this old man. Kill the way out together. W. A. N. G. U. Tao still had overwhelming prestige. This shout instantly calmed the W. A. N. G. family's people. At the same time, he raised his long spear. A terrifying force struck toward the evil spirits ahead. Howl! Howl! Miserable cries lingered incessantly by the ears. Late-stage, one-star evil spirits were still a little too tender in front of W. A. N. G. U. Tao. Except not only did W. A. N. G. U. Tao's overwhelming blow not frighten away the evil spirits. It made those evil spirits even more crazed instead, pouncing over at the crowd. You gone. You cover the rear, I'll open up the path in front. The others, take precautions on your own. Don't let those evil spirits break in. W. A. N. G. U. Tao had clearly seen a grand spectacle before. Although alarmed, he did not panic, commanding with great composure. He and W. A. N. G. Yugon, two great experts, protected the team one front and one back. The other people's pressure lessened drastically all at once. However, the number of evil spirits was seriously too many. Furthermore, each and every one of them was ferocious and did not fear death. They just did all they could to bite. Very soon, there was somebody who could not hold on anymore. Ark. A.W. A. N. G. family's guard, whose strength was slightly weaker, was suddenly brought down by 4 or 5 evil spirits. The evil spirits were seemingly sharks that smelled the scent of blood. Around 20 to 30 evil spirits instantly drowned him out entirely. Before long, that guard ceased breathing. His divine soul was already divided and eaten by the evil spirits. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them felt a chill. Maybe this was their outcome not long after. Those evil spirits tasting the benefits only tussled with W. A. N. G. U. Tao and W. A. N. G. Yugon, while the focus of the attacks was placed on those W. and G family members in the center. Very soon, there was another W. A. N. G family's member who was taken down. Lingxiu, W. A. N. G. Yutao's gaze turned bloodshot from anger. That person who died was his biological nephew. Before coming, he never dreamed that employing the W. A. N. G family's power to come and hunt down an initial stage grotto profound brat, he would actually pay such a terrible price. Except, sad was sad. He was completely powerless about the reduction in numbers when battling. 100 evil spirits pestered him. Even if his strength was any greater, he was too busy to care as well. A single mishap, and he would even stumble himself. 2 late-stage grotto profound experts defending this group of people gradually approached the cave entrance. It was just that miserable cries echoed incessantly in W. A. N. G. Yutao's ears. His heart was dripping blood. Kill. A terrifying charge, W. A. N. G. Yutao finally forcefully carved out a B. L. O. O. D. Y path, charging out of the Ghost King cave. The current W. A. N. G. Yutao's eyes were blood red, already unbelievably furious. One figure after another charged out. Finally, W. A. N. G. Yugon also came out in the end. Boom. The evil spirits did not have the intention of letting these people off. Large groups rushed out of the Ghost King cave and continued to hunt down everyone. W. A. N. G. Yutao was aggrieved to the extreme and could only lead everyone to continue fleeing. No idea how long they chased them either. There were finally no more evil spirits behind them. Everyone was all seemingly drained of energy, plopping down onto the ground, panting heavily for air. W. A. and Ji Yutao swept a glance over the remaining people, the joints of his fingers cracking. When they went in, counting in the guide, they brought a total of 17 people. But now, counting in him and W, A, and Ji Yugon, there were only 5 people left. This in and out actually forcefully incapacitated 12 people. Apart from the guide, those W, A, and G families people were all the W, A, and G families elites. Quite a number of people were all W, A, and Ji Yutao's sons and nephew generation. Among them, the majority were all late-stage grotto profound powerhouses. There were even a few who were middle-stage grotto profound. This trip directly cut the W, A, and G family's elites by half. Yi Yuan, if I don't avenge this grudge, I, W, A, and Ji Yutao am lesser than a human. This old man swears an oath to heaven that I must cut you down in this wind den. W, A, and Ji Yutao's eyes were blood red, Nas. H, I, plussing his teeth in hatred, already hating Yi Yuan to the max. He naturally would not think that it was actually them pursuing Yi Yuan all along. Either way, others killing the W, A, and G family's members. That was all the other person's fault. Inside the Ghost King cave, Chang Liang 5 brothers were long dumbstruck with amazement already. They exchanged glances, all with an expression like they had seen a ghost. Be big brother, what did we see just now? Oh, our eyesight wouldn't be failing, right? How did he do it? Those were 1,000 late-stage, 1-star evil spirits. He's actually able to command late-stage, 1-star evil spirits. Chang Liang looked at the Yi Yuan currently in meditation, his gaze full of deep apprehension. Only this time did they witness Yi Yuan's true strength. For Yi Yuan to want to kill them, it was truly as easy as turning his palm over. Chapter 1330, 2-star evil spirit. Chapter 1330, 2-star evil spirit. Why, Your Excellency, previously we have affronted. Your Excellency, please don't take offense. Chang Liang cupped his fists and said respectfully. His back was already drenched in cold sweat, feeling palpitations of lingering fear and rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately, he did not become enemies with Yi Yuan. Otherwise, the 7 of them brothers, the ones who died, would not be just number 3 and number 7. When 1,000 late-stage 1-star evil spirits besieged W, A, and Ji Yutao, Chang Liang was watching from outside. That spectacular scene made it hard to forget all his life, forget about it happening to W, A, and Ji Yutao. Even Chang Liang, this spectator, felt his scalp tingle. But seeing the W, A, and G family's people fall one by one, Chang Liang was incomparably delighted in his heart. The W, A, and G family's people were too overbearing, killing 2 of his brothers indiscriminately. Served them right to have this kind of end. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and said nonchalantly, not to the extent of taking offense, but as long as you guys don't provoke this young master naturally won't go and find trouble with you all. Originally, I wanted to let you all run your own course without external interference, but seeing the feelings between you brothers run so deep, willing to help each other at the expense of your life, that's why I made a move. Dustless had constantly been monitoring every movement and action in the vicinity. The things that happened outside the Ghost King cave could not hide from him at all. Originally thought that the Wind 7 heroes, these greedy fellows, the feelings between the brothers were probably just like that. But he did not expect that Chang Liang, as well as number 3 and number 7, were actually so loyal. Yi Yuan felt a spur of the moment. That was why he let them in. After Dustless absorbed some evil spirits, his condition improved considerably all at once. His methods also made Yi Yuan secretly dumbfounded. Dustless simulated the undulations of a grand completion one-star evil spirit, with a secret at commanding these late-stage one-star evil spirits to beseech the W.A.N.G. family's people. To a late-stage one-star evil spirit, a grand completion one-star evil spirit was an absolute sovereign. One-star evil spirits did not have any intelligence. They acted entirely based on their own instincts. Hence, as long as W.A.N.G. Utao they all dared to enter the Ghost King cave, that outcome would absolutely be miserable. Yes, 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 Your Excellency. Previously, the few of us were committing stupidity. The W.A.N.G. family is too strong. The few of us brothers don't have hopes of taking revenge at all. That's why we would divert the hatred onto you. Hope that Your Excellency pardons it. Chang Liang said. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, honestly speaking, I also didn't think that the W.A.N.G. family would be so utterly devoid of consciousness. Just because you guys were a guide for me, they vented their anger on you all. But the W.A.N.G. family, this young master will certainly purge their names from Jewel Hill City. If the few of you follow me, there will come a chance to take revenge for your brothers in the future. Chang Liang's eyes lit up, and he said joyfully, for Your Excellency to be willing to take us in, it's our honor. The few of us brothers are willing to dash our brains onto the ground and follow Your Excellency to death. Chang Liang signaled his brothers with a look and prostrated. Yi Yuan nodded and said, and you guys following this young master naturally won't dispense with your benefits. It's just that this young master can't tolerate any mistakes and transgressions. If you all still want to have any filthy ideas like before, don't blame this young master for being ruthless. Chang Liang was alarmed and hurriedly said, dare not, dare not. The death of number 3 and number 7 taught this Chang a profound level. Currently, this Chang's only wish is to personally kill W.A.N.G. Utao, that be A.S.T.A.R.D., and take revenge for number 3 and number 7. Yi Yuan was just about to open his mouth and speak when suddenly his expression turned grim. Chang Liang's expression changed. As well, it was as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake. Around them, a series of powerful auras emerged, surrounding the 6 of them in the middle. Grand completion, 1-star evil spirits. Your Excellency, what to do here? Chang Liang exclaimed. The great battle previously finally still startled these powerful existences. Same as human martial artists' grand completion 1-star, this level of evil spirits were not easy to deal with. Suddenly, a strange vortex storm spread out with Yi Yuan as the center. Those late-stage 1-star evil spirits were involuntarily sucked into the vortex, finally being absorbed by Yi Yuan. 1,000 late-stage 1-star evil spirits did not have the slightest bit of resistance, directly becoming dustless food. Seeing this scene, the eyes of Chang Liang and the rest stared like wide saucers. While controlling 1,000 evil spirits was beyond comprehension, Yi Yuan actually devoured 1,000 evil spirits. This was seriously too terrifying. Wasn't he afraid of stuffing himself to death? Chang Liang and the rest had run around here for no less than several hundred years, but they had never seen before someone who dared to deal with evil spirits in this way. Ordinary martial artists, even Grand Completion Grotto profound martial artists, did not dare to devour an evil spirit either. Chang Liang swallowed his saliva, discovering that this lord was truly too mysterious. The W.A.N.G. family definitely went soft in the head. That was why they provoked such a terrifying foe. Somehow, Chang Liang suddenly was somewhat sympathetic for W.A.N.G. Utao. At present, the surroundings had roughly 20 to 30 grand completion 1-star evil spirits. These ferocious-looking evil spirits were actually incomparably wary of Yi Yuan at this time. Even though they surrounded everyone, all of them were fearful and did not go forward. These evil spirits all did not have intelligence, but it was precisely because so that they could faintly perceive the soul-suppressing pearl's terror. This kind of instinctive dread made them not dare to go forward. Myriad things in the world reinforce and counteract each other. Evil spirits were extremely powerful existences to human martial artists, but the soul-suppressing pearl was their nemesis. Only after seeing this scene did Chang Liang finally let out a sigh of relief in his heart. At the same time, he was incredibly shocked too. In this Wind Den, human martial artists all made detours when seeing evil spirits, but today he actually saw evil spirits feeling fear towards humans. Chang Liang felt that the events that happened today simply subverted his worldview. Seeing Yi Yuan slowly open both eyes, Chang Liang could not resist asking, "Your Excellency, what should we do now?" Yi Yuan ignored Chang Liang, but his gaze turned towards the depths of the cave. The depth was a stretch of darkness, unable to see anything. "Since you came, why hide furtively?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Chang Liang and the rest were stupefied, with baffled looks on their faces. Didn't late-stage, 1-star evil spirits already come out? Could it be that there were still others here? Just as they were wondering, a ghostly light emerged from the depths of the darkness. A figure slowly walked out from the darkness. Right away, when this person came out, Chang Liang 5 people all palpitated endlessly. The powerful aura made them unable to move even a muscle. This person was too strong. With his strength, wanting to kill the 5 of them could probably be accomplished with a wave of a hand. How could there be such a powerful existence in the Ghost King Cave? The arrival was a man looking elegant and suave, like a fine and handsome young master. This figure was not much different from ordinary people, but looking closely, one could discover that his body was somewhat illusionary, appearing not so real. "You, human, are rather special," the man said with a smile. Hearing the meaning in his words, he was actually not a human. Facing this man's powerful aura, Yi Yuan seemed to be completely fine. Hearing that, he also smiled and said, "I also didn't expect that inside this Ghost King Cave, there's really a 2-star evil spirit. Also, didn't think that a 2-star evil spirit was actually as refined as you." Chapter 1331, Ghost Dao 100 Runes. Chapter 1331, Ghost Dao 100 Runes. T2-star evil spirit. The faces of Chang Liang and the others suddenly changed, their gazes looking at that man in great terror. Although legends had it that there was a 2-star evil spirit existing in this Wind Den, no one had ever seen it before. They never dreamed that this man in front of them, who was no different from a human, was actually the 2-star evil spirit. Less than 1 in 10,000 ordinary 2-star evil spirits were able to unlock intelligence. What they had was just instinctive devouring towards such a 2-star evil spirit. Dustless was really powerless to do anything, because they could only slaughter instinctively. But even Dustless also did not expect that the 2-star evil spirit in this Ghost King Cave actually gave birth to intelligence. The man did not deny it either, but said, "There is an aura that makes me very wary on you." Actually, Yi Yuan was also very surprised. He also thought that evil spirits were all that sort of neither human nor ghost appearance, malicious looking. He did not think that 2-star evil spirits actually turned out to be like this. Moreover, the other party's perception seemed to be very keen. Chang Liang's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan with a face full of terror. He simply did not dare to believe that a 2-star evil spirit would actually say such words. One could say that if a 2-star evil spirit wanted to kill them, it just needed to move a finger, and it would be enough. But facing the Yi Yuan, who was only initial stage grotto profound, he was actually so apprehensive. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Middle stage 2-star, strength isn't bad. I didn't expect that your intelligence can unlock to this extent. That saved me a bout of trouble." Chong Liang was shuddering with fear, listening by the side. Wisconsin H. I plus ing to turn tail and run. This Yi Yuan was too crazy. That was a 2-star evil spirit. Yi Yuan actually dared to talk like this. Hang on, middle stage 2-star? Chong Liang felt incomparably tiered what the I was this. Within the grotto profound realm, a minor realm was a layer of heaven. Then heaven glimpse realm was naturally even more so. The disparity between initial stage and middle stage was even greater. Also, how did Yi Yuan able to tell that the other party was a 2-star evil spirit? The amount of information was too great. The 5 of them brothers felt somewhat unable to digest. But the man said, "How do you know? I won't make a move against you. You're too weak." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "If your intelligence isn't unlocked yet, then forget it. Naturally, we can't dispense with a fierce battle between us. But since your intelligence is already unlocked, then you don't have to move against this young master." Yi Yuan said it very assuredly and did not take the man's threat to heart at all. For him to dare say so, it was naturally because there was Dustless, this great divinity, there, the might of an Empyrean spirit treasure. Ordinary people could not imagine it at all. Even though Dustless was a tiger that landed in the plains now, for the other party to want to kill Yi Yuan, it was likely really not so easy. The man smiled and said, "Your esteemed self is too confident. For me to kill you is merely the effort of lifting a finger." Finished talking, a terrifying energy was suddenly released, locking onto Yi Yuan firmly. It was just that. Yi Yuan did not feel anything, but Chong Liang 5 people were virtually frozen, stiff already. They discovered to their dismay that they could not even move a finger anymore. This 2-star evil spirit had yet to make a move, and they already fell down. A surge of faintly imperceptible aura enveloped Yi Yuan up. The Yin wind automatically divided when it arrived in front of Yi Yuan, blowing past towards the 2 sides. The man's pupils shrunk. Only then did he ascertain that Yi Yuan was indeed not simple. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "Don't do this kind of pointless probing anymore. It's no use. This young master gives you a chance. Sign a heavenly Tao contract and serve me as your master. This young master gifts you a lucky chance." While talking, Yi Yuan came before Chong Liang 5 people, extended a finger, and lightly tapped on the 5 of their foreheads. A burst of faint soul force undulation flowed out from his fingertips, instantly spreading through the 5 of their bodies. The 5 people trembled all over. That stiff feeling of being frozen to the bones instantly vanished without a trace. However, what they were shocked by was not this, but the words that Yi Yuan said. These words were too earth-shattering, resulting in that even though the 5 people were able to move, they still opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan blankly. What did he say earlier? Make a 2-star evil spirit that unlocked intelligence serve him as master? His Excellency, he wouldn't have eaten the wrong medicine, right? The man was also stupefied and immediately laughed in spite of himself and said, "What a joke! An initial stage grotto, profound youth, actually dares to spout this kind of drivel. Is your esteemed self provoking my bottom line?" The rankings of the martial artist world were stringent. Yi Yuan's realm was too low. Saying these words was a great disrespect. Even if they had no ill feelings or enmity, just based on this sentence, the other party had sufficient reason to kill already. Yi Yuan just smiled and suddenly extended a finger, drawing something in the air. Chang Liang and the rest were uncertain what it meant, completely unaware of what strange ideas Yi Yuan was mystifying. It looked like some sort of talismans. He could not help looking in the direction of the man, and discovered that the expression on the man's face was currently changing from disdain to thunderstruck, and finally, wild ecstasy. Only then did they know that these incomprehensible talismans that Yi Yuan drew were very extraordinary. Ghost Tao 100 runes. What you drew was the Ghost Tao 100 runes. The man's words were full of shock. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Oh, it looks like you recognize the Ghost Tao 100 runes. It saves this young master his breath." The man trembled all over and said in disbelief, How can you, a human, possibly know the Ghost Tao 100 runes?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "How this young master knows, don't need you to be concerned with. You just say whether you're willing to follow this young master or not. Don't have any strange ideas. You only have one chance." The man's gaze turned intent, a look of struggle surfacing on his face. Yi Yuan's warning made him become very conflicted. To an evil spirit, for them to be able to leech within a martial artist's body, it was equivalent to seizing possession, but also not the same as seizing possession, because they were an independent body and did not need to rely on the fleshy body to survive. The strange idea that Yi Yuan said was actually referring to this. What flashed across at the first moment just now was indeed this thought. But Yi Yuan's words shattered his fantasy into smithereens. If it were others, he would seize possession without the slightest hesitation and forcefully plunder the other party's memories. But Yi Yuan was unusual. From the very beginning, Yi Yuan gave him a very dangerous feeling. The aura that the soul-suppressing pearl faintly revealed made him extremely wary. At one side, Chang Liang 5 people did not even dare to breathe loudly. They were quietly waiting for the man's decision. They never dreamed that Yi Yuan's words were actually really going to subdue a 2-star evil spirit. At least, the other party was moved. This lord was really becoming more and more mysterious. Just what kind of existence was he? Alchemy's strength was exceedingly terrifying, martial Tao's strength unfathomable. Now, he was actually going to subdue a 2-star evil spirit. Chang Liang felt that this world was really too crazy. Everything he had seen and heard today was simply even more exciting than his lifetime experiences added up. Time slowly trickled by, and the expression on the man's face flickered incessantly. Yi Yuan did not urge either, just quietly waiting for the other party's answer. He had full confidence that the other party definitely could not resist the temptation of the Ghost Tao 100 runes. "All right then, I promise you." Finally, the man opened his mouth and surrendered. Chapter 1332, Casually Trampling. Chapter 1332, Casually trampling the moment the contract happened. An inexplicable connection was established between Yi Yuan and the man. "Gui Yun has met Master," said the 2-star evil spirit in submission. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "And the function of the Ghost Tao 100 runes, I believe there's no need for me to say any more. You just work for this young master contentedly, and I'll slowly impart them to you. If you can comprehend fully, becoming a Ghost Tao Heavenly Emperor isn't impossible either." Gui Yun revealed a look of great elation and hurriedly said, "Gui Yun thanks Master." "All right, I'll take you into my carry-on SPAC right now." "You don't resist it," Yi Yuan said coolly. Having some spatial-type magic treasure on a deity realm powerhouse was very normal. It was not to the extent of making Chang Liang and the rest overly surprised. Gui Yin did not feel anything off as well. It was just that when his figure appeared in the soul-suppressing S.P.A.C., he immediately felt the extraordinariness when he saw Dustless. That feeling of beholding a great mountain appeared uncontrollably. Hoo-hoo, little ghost, your luck is pretty good. To be able to give birth to intelligence when at 2-star, and even ran into this old man. Perhaps you'll be the next Ghost Tao, Heavenly Emperor. Dustless said with a smile. The dignified 2-star evil spirit became a little ghost when it reached Dustless's mouth. Senior, you are... Guiyin said carefully. Dustless smiled and said, This old man is Dustless, same as you, serving Yi Yuan as my master. Guiyin suddenly discovered that his apprehension toward Yi Yuan probably originated from this old man. Senior Dustless, what is this place? Why do I feel that this place is very unusual? Guiyin said, This place is the inner S.P.A.C. of an Empyrean spirit treasure. This old man is this place's artifact spirit. In the future, you'll live here together with this old man. As long as Yi Yuan allows it, this old man will naturally impart you the Ghost Tao 100 runes. Dustless said. Guiyun's mind buzzed, as if being struck by a bolt of lightning, turning blank. Senior, you're saying that this place is an Empyrean spirit treasure? Guiyun's tongue could not even be straightened when speaking. The astonishment that Dustless's words brought him was seriously too intense. This news was even more shocking than the Ghost Tao 100 runes, Empyrean spirit treasure. With Guiyun's realm, he was totally unable to imagine this level of existence. At this moment, he was incomparably thrilled that he did not carry out seizing possession on Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he would really not even know how he died. If he carried out an attack against Yi Yuan's physical body, Dustless would really be powerless to do anything. But if he dared to seize possession of Yi Yuan, entering Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, then it was no different from seeking death. No wonder Yi Yuan said he would only give him one chance. He really did not bluff him. That's right, it's an Empyrean spirit treasure. Moreover, it's a divine, soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure. Little ghost, that's why I said that you're very lucky. If this old man's strength recovers a little more, I probably won't take fancy on you anymore. Even if you wanted to be Yi Yuan's servant, there wouldn't be a chance either, Dustless said. 2-star evil spirits were really just a little ghost in Dustless's eyes. If not because he was a tiger that descended onto the plains presently, how could he take fancy on this kind of rookie? But Dustless's one sentence made Guiyun nervous. His current strength was much higher than his master's. But if his master's strength advanced in the future and had no more use for him, would he kill the donkey the moment it had done its job? Dustless clearly saw through his concerns and said with a smile, You can put your heart back in place. Ye kiddo values ties of comrades. I plus P immensely. As long as you work diligently for him, even if he enters the rankings of Heavenly Emperor in the future, he won't do anything to you either. He would even help you break through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor. You won't believe it even if I say any more. You follow him, and in the future, you'll naturally know. Now, this old man will impart you the first Ghost Tao 100 runes. Ghost Tao 100 runes was a transcendent art for cultivating the Ghost Tao. As the name implied, Ghost Tao 100 runes was 100 runes. These 100 runes contain the transcendent Ghost Tao 100 runes of Ghost Tao, exceedingly extensive and profound. Legends had it that as long as one comprehended these 100 runes completely, they would be able to achieve the Ghost Tao transcendent Heavenly Emperor looking down upon the world. This appeal to Guiyun was seriously too strong. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was one of the heaven-span world's extremely powerful alchemists. He researched the divine Soul Tao in detail. This ghost Dao 100 runes was obtained from a ghost Dao Empyrean, which he killed in the past. The research was also very thorough. With Dustless's strength, teaching Gue Yun was naturally nothing difficult. At the outside world, Chong Liang 5 people were utterly dumbfounded. The events did not develop in the direction that they expected at all. The result made their jaws drop. That was a 2-star evil spirit, an existence that could casually eradicate them with a twitch of a finger. It was actually subdued, just like this. When they knew that Gue Yun was a 2-star evil spirit, they even thought that they were dead for sure this time. They did not expect that the final result reversed too quickly. This 2-star evil spirit actually became Yi Yuan's servant. Your Excellency, what was that you drew? Why did that 2-star evil spirit serve you as his servant the moment he saw it? Chong Liang plucked up his courage and asked. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "You also won't understand if I said it. That's the thing that ghost Dao powerhouses cultivate. You just have to know that me taking him in is giving him a lucky chance. That's it. Since it's a fortuitous chance, what reason does he have to not serve me, becoming his master?" Chong Liang 5 people sighed from the bottom of their hearts and said, "Your Excellency, you're really too formidable. The 5 of us brothers are convinced." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Stop flattering. Weren't you all going to personally kill W.A.N.G. Yutao? How you want to trample him now is up to you." Chong Liang 5 people trembled all over, their gazes revealing a look of wild elation. Yeah, with a 2-star evil spirit by their side, this Yin Win Den, they could roam as they pleased. What did a mere W.A.N.G. Yutao count as? Thud. Chong Liang 5 people knelt down collectively, and Chong Liang said, "Your Excellency taking revenge for the 5 of us, the 5 of our rotten lives will be sold to your Excellency." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Get up, the W.A.N.G. family, and I have already reached the point of irreconcilability. Even if not helping you all take revenge, W.A.N.G. Yutao must die as well. Second brother, if they don't come out, could it be that we're really going to guard here for a year?" W.A.N.G. Yugan asked. Even with their strength, they also felt very uncomfortable in this place where wind blew all year round. W.A.N.G. Yutao said solemnly, "Otherwise, what can we do still? No idea what kind of heretic skill that punk cultivated either to actually be able to control evil spirits. Really D.A.M. and it. No wonder he wanted to enter the Yin Wind Den at all costs. It was probably in order to cultivate the heretic skill." W.A.N.G. Yugan thought about it and said, "Second brother, why not invite Big Brother here? I feel that this kid is extremely abnormal. Continuing to guard like this isn't the way." W.A.N.G. Yugan's suggestion made him very moved, but he shook his head again very quickly and said, "What kind of face do we have to go and meet Big Brother with our current appearance? Not killing that punk. It's hard to dispel the hatred in my heart." "Oh, Second Elder wants to kill me so much? I wonder how this Yi provoked Second Elder to make you detest me like so." Right at this time, Yi Yuan's voice echoed in the cave. Yi Yuan, W.A.N.G. Yutao, and W.A.N.G. Yugan suddenly stood up, their gaze filled with killing intent. Chapter 1333. Actually, we did it on purpose. Chapter 1333. Actually, we did it on purpose. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance caught W.A.N.G. Yutao duo by surprise. But very soon, their figures moved swiftly, directly cutting off Yi Yuan's retreat. Yi Yuan smiled faintly. He did not speak, allowing them to act. "Don't be so nervous. Relax a bit," Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. W.A.N.G. Yutao's expression turned cold, and he said, "Brat, you're really gutsy to actually dare come out and court death. You killed 11 of my W, A, and G family's elites. Today, we'll settle this score properly." Seeing Yi Yuan W, A, and Ji Yutao's anger reached the limit all at once. Currently, he wished to swallow Yi Yuan's flesh raw. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "Your W, A, and G family chased this Yi from Jewel Hill City to the Een Wind Denver. Could it be that you still don't allow me to fight back?" W, A, and Ji Yutao snorted coldly and said, "Wanna blame? You will have to blame yourself, and that you shouldn't have opposed my W, and G family. This world is the world of the strong. If I want you dead, you have no choice but to die." Yi Yuan laughed. Chang Liang and the others behind him also laughed. W, A, and Ji Yutao's face turned black, being deeply triggered by the few people's laughter. "You laughed? I hope that you all can still laugh in a while. This old man will let you know what's called a fate worse than death. You gon' do it." W, A, and Ji Yutao shouted coldly, "Russ." H, I, plussing towards Yi Yuan with W, A, and Ji Yuan one after the other. Two mighty grand completion grotto profound experts making a move at the same time. That aura was truly a Stonies. H, I, plussing. But right at this time, an even more terrifying aura emanated from Yi Yuan's body. A piercing coldine wind stirred. Even those as powerful as W, A, and Ji Yutao and W, A, and Ji Yuan were also virtually frozen by this gust of Een wind. The other W, A, and G family members' strengths were lacking. How could they withstand such Een wind? Their divine souls were directly scattered to the wind. Slam, slam. W, A, and Ji Yutao and W, A, and Ji Yuan fell straight down from midair, slamming severely onto the ground. The two people opened their eyes wide, their eyes full of disbelief. How could such a terrifying Een wind emit from Yi Yuan's body? They only felt like their divine souls were about to be frozen at this time. This gust of Een wind was too powerful. Seeing Yi Yuan approach step by step, W, A, and Ji Yuan panicked inwardly. He struggled, wanting to get up, but his entire body was blown numb by the Een wind. How could he muster up the strength in a short while? What do you want to do? W, A, and Ji Yuan said, fearfully. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he said coldly, "Do what?" "Hoo-hoo, what this young master is going to do. You should be even clearer than me, right? Rest assured, this young master won't kill you right now. How to deal with you? Luo Jian has the final say." Finished talking, Yi Yuan attacked like lightning, directly sealing W, A, and Ji Yuan's divine essence and hauling him up like holding up a dead dog. The numbing effects of the Een wind can last for roughly an hour. Act faster and catch up earlier, Yi Yuan said with Chang Liang. Chang Liang cupped his fists and said with a bow, "Yes, Your Excellency. When us brothers finish venting this frustration, we'll catch up." Yi Yuan nodded his head, his figure moving, "Vanis." I, plussing before the few people's eyes. Chang Liang 5 people looked at the dead dog-like W, A, and Ji Yutao, incomparably pleased in their hearts. W, A, and Ji Yutao, you were so awe-inspiring earlier, but now, if I want you dead, you have no choice but to die. Ha ha ha. Chang Liang mimicked W, A, and Ji Yutao's words earlier truly ironic to the max. A moment ago, W, A, and Ji Yutao was still awe-inspiring. A moment later, he became a dead dog. Furthermore, saying this kind of words in front of Yi Yuan was simply ridiculous. W, A, and Ji Yutao was unable to move all over. but his expression was ugly to the extreme. He had not figured out until now what in the world happened. Why would such a horrifying wind emit from Yi Yuan's body? G Tao, didn't you want to kill us, brothers? Get up. Number 2 said with a cold smile. Pucci. Number 4's blade stabbed into G Tao's heart without the least bit of hesitation. When you killed number 3 and number 7, you definitely didn't think that retribution came so quickly, right? Number 4 gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, to a deity realm powerhouse, puncturing the heart would not be fatal, but that heart-gouging pain shot straight up to his head, making him anguished until he wished to die. Pucci, another blade, number 5 directly chopped off one of G Tao's palm. Just the likes of you are also fit to raise a hue with Lord Yi Yuan? I ask you to raise a hue. Ask you to raise a hue. Number 5 said, with a hideous grin, ah. A series of miserable screams lingered on in the air. Chong Liang 5 people's torture made him hover between life and death. Chong Liang 5 people were not some guys who had not seen the world before. They had mingled among the bottom-level martial artists all year round. Disregarding cruel and merciless, the methods of torturing people sprung up in endless variations too. They were nice to their brothers, but toward enemies, they absolutely would not show mercy. The deaths of number 3 and number 7 made them hate G Tao to the bones. See, Chong Liang, aren't you all afraid of the G family's revenge for daring to treat this old man like this? G Tao endured the intense pain and shouted. Chong Liang 5 people were thrilled the moment they heard and laughed mockingly as they said, "Ayo, brothers, this old fart is threatening us right now. What do you think we should do?" "I'm so scared. Are you all scared or not?" "Scared. I'm really scared of death." "Big brother, why don't we help this old fogey up and beg him for mercy?" Number 6 said. Chong Liang chuckled and said, "Yeah, second elder, spare the few of us brothers, all right? I know that we were wrong." Uffed. Chong Liang laughed as he stabbed G Tao again. G Tao's face was green with pain. He gasped for air as he said, "Did not you guys forget? The G family still has my elder brother." Chong Liang smiled coldly and said, "Using G Yuxiang, that old fart, to come and scare your father? Let you be scared of your father. Let you be scared of your father." The 5 brothers slashed one after another. Before long, they poked G Tao into a sieve. Their blows were very appropriate, making G Tao agonize to the point of Wisconsin plussing for death, but all these did not take his life. Under the 5 of their torture, G Tao was almost breaking down. He seriously could not figure out where these few people got the confidence to actually not even place Big Brother G Yuxin in their sights. His elder brother, G Yuxin, was an initial stage Heaven Glimpse powerhouse. In this Jewel Hill city, that was atop of the CLA's existence. Even Yang Rui did not dare to make light of him too. These few barbarians actually did not take him seriously. Not only did they make light of him, but also when he mentioned his elder brother, those few guys also became aggravated instead. Time said, and in a twinkle, an hour's time was almost up. G Tao suddenly felt his body gradually recover a bit of strength. This discovery made him inexplicably thrilled, because he noticed that Chong Liang and the rest only cared about tormenting him and had forgotten about the time. as long as he waited a while more. In a short while, their doomsday would be here. He was praying that Chang Liang and the rest really forgot the time. Have you recovered some strength? Do you feel that there's still a hint of hope? Are you thinking of how to sentence us to death? Hoo-hoo, your father will tell you very responsibly. You're thinking too much. Actually, we did it on purpose. Ha! Chang Liang's voice was like a devil, shattering the last glimmer of W.A.N.G. Yutao's hope. Chapter 1334. W.E.N.G. Family Grievous News. Chapter 1334. W.A.N.G. Family Grievous News Thud. W.A.N.G. Yugon's body fell onto the ground heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. W.A.N.G. Yugon. Yi Yuan, what's going on here? When Luo Jian saw the dead dog-like W.A.N.G. Yugon, a look of shock was written all over his face. With Yi Yuan's strength, how could he possibly turn W.A.N.G. Yugon into this manner? But the reality happened before his eyes. It was not up to him to not believe. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "You don't need to bother with what happened. I brought this guy to you to deal with. Want to kill or dismember? It's up to you." Luo Jian looked at Yi Yuan as if he did not recognize the latter. Still being at the initial stage grotto profound, Yi Yuan's realm did not have the slightest hint of change. However, how in the world did he do it? Spare me, Yi Yuan, it was all this old man's fault. This old man apologizes to you, and Luo Jian, as long as you let this old man off, this old man is willing to pay any price. W.A.N.G. Yugon said feebly. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I said just now, everything is up to Brother Luo to decide. If he's willing to let you go, I have no objections either." The one who narrowly escaped death was Luo Jian. Yi Yuan would not make the decision on his behalf. The reason why he brought W.A.N.G. Yugon here was in order to let Luo Jian vent his frustrations. Luo Jian was not a soft-hearted person. He would definitely kill this fellow. Luo, he had yet to start pleading for mercy when a streak of cold light flashed past. A powerful divine essence directly destroyed his life force. The high and mighty W.A.N.G. Yugon died just like this. Luo Jian could not be bothered to be long-winded with him at all. With his personality, he would not be long-winded with the other party either. So much C.R.A.P. This guy was still hoping for me to let him go. Really foolish. H. Plus, Luo Jian said disdainfully. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "When people reach a hopeless situation, they always hope to live on. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't plead to live disgracefully." Luo Jian said coolly. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "How is it? Vented your anger yet?" Luo Jian nodded and said, "Thoughts are running smoothly. Vented the anger." Yi Yuan, "How in the world did you do it?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I can tell you, but you must help me keep the secret. Even the Tower Lord can't be told. Can you do it?" Luo Jian's expression choked up, and he shook his head and said, "Can't do it." "Forget it. You'd better not say. You, kid, are really a freak. Made me worry for nothing." Luo Jian was very broad-minded, though. But it was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan regarded him even higher. Yi Yuan could naturally perceive that Luo Jian very much wanted to know what in the world happened. But he did not wish to hide from Yang Rui too. Hence, he forcefully endured asking. As for Yi Yuan, he naturally did not have the need to hide from Luo Jian. It was just that he knew Luo Jian's temperament. That was why he did not tell him. After all, the current Gui Yun was Yi Yuan's greatest trump card. Oh, right, W.A.N.G. Yutao and W.A.N.G. Yuman both came. Where are they? They wouldn't also have. Luo Jian suddenly remembered something and asked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said smilingly, and Ji Yuman has already been killed by me. As for and Ji Yu Tao, he must be savoring it greatly right now. Luo Jian's expression changed several times, and he said, huffily, you, this guy, are really a freak. Before long, Chang Liang 5 people rushed over, directly kneeling down in unison when he saw Yi Yuan. Many thanks to your excellency for granting the wish, letting us take revenge for number 3 and number 7. From this day forth, the 5 of our lives will be sold to your excellency. If your excellency wants us to head east, we absolutely won't head west. If your excellency wants our lives, us brothers absolutely won't bat an eyelid. Chang Liang said. Yi Yuan said coolly, what would I want your lives for? You all take these medicinal pills, go back and cultivate well. Finished talking, Yi Yuan casually threw a small bottle to Chang Liang. Chang Liang received it and took a look and involuntarily shuddered all over, crying out in shock, Your Excellency, this is too precious. We can't accept it. Inside the small bottle was actually divine-grade divine essence pills. This kind of thing was originally a priceless item in Jewel Hill City. Having money could not buy it either. Yi Yuan's opening move was 10 pills. Yi Yuan said coolly, just a few medicinal pills. It's not a big deal. Number 3 and number 7 being killed was caused by me in the end. These medicinal pills, just take it as compensation for you all. Chang Liang and the rest felt even more inexplicably grateful. He had already been stuck at middle stage Grotto Profound for many years and kept failing to break through. With this divine-grade divine essence pill, his breakthrough to late-stage Grotto Profound was already something that happened without extra effort. Not just him, these few brothers of his, by relying on these divine-grade divine essence pills, they would definitely have a huge advancement too. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Chang Liang 5 people were really on all fours in admiration towards Yi Yuan this time. What did you say? Say it again. At the W.A.N.G. family's residence, W.A.N.G. Lingbo suddenly stood up. He was yelling at a junior managing the ancestral temple. Family head, 2nd elder, 3rd elder, 4th elder, as well as the W.A.N.G. family elites who were brought out this time, their soul lamps are all extinguished. The junior was grief-stricken as if bereaved of his parents. The so-called soul lamp was lit with a trace of a martial artist's soul force, which could reflect the survival status of the martial artist. Once the soul lamp extinguished, the martial artist was either dead or trapped in some dangerous place. How is this possible? The 3 elders are all grand completion, Grotto Profound powerhouses, who in this Jewel Hill City can eradicate all of them in one go. W.A.N.G. Lingbo's entire body trembled as he said. That junior said with a mournful face, Family head, I also suspected that I saw wrongly at first, but I checked several times. Their soul lamps are indeed all extinguished. W.A.N.G. Lingbo plopped his bottom back down. His entire person seemed to have lost his soul. These 3 great elders were the W.A.N.G. family's backbone strength. Once they died, the blow to the W.A.N.G. family was seriously too great. There was even a possibility that the W.A.N.G. family would never recover from this setback henceforth. They were to hunt down Yi Yuan. Could it be that they all died in Yi Yuan's hands? But how was this possible? Yi Yuan was just an initial stage Grotto Profound rookie. Even if he had Luo Jian protecting, it was also not possible to make the 3 great elders perish at the same time, right? W.A.N.G. Lingbo could not figure out after racking his brains. After a long time, he said to the junior despondently, I got it. This matter must be kept secret. If you dare to leak a word, family punishment awaits. The junior hurriedly voiced his A.S. sent and took his leave. W.A. and G. Lingbo maintained that sitting posture, sitting the whole night. Ever since he received the position of family head from W.A. and G. Yuxian, it could be said to have been limitless glory. In the past, there had never been a moment where he was so helpless like now. Finally, at dawn, a haggard-looking W.A. and G. Lingbo got up and slowly walked into a secret underground room. That was Father W.A. and G. Lingbo shouted using a dry voice. Before long, an aged voice came from inside the secret room. It's Lingbo, huh? Why? Encountered some issues? W.A. and G. Lingbo opened his mouth and really did not know how to speak up. This isn't like your style. Could it be that this time it was Yang Rue who personally took action? Said the old man. After a long silence, W.A. and G. Lingbo finally plucked up his courage and used a close to teary voice and said, Father, second uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle, they all might have already fallen. Boom. The secret room's door directly exploded. A gust of strong wind blew out from inside. Chapter 1335, revealing true colors. Chapter 1335, revealing true colors late at night. A figure suddenly staggered into the myriad treasure tower. But when Hong Yin saw this figure, she was taken aback with fright. It was only to see that this figure was covered in blood from top to bottom. It was as if he was hauled out from a blood pool, looking incomparably grim. Luo Jian, what's with you? Where's Sir Yi? Hong Yin recognized the arrival and hurriedly forward and helped him up. This figure was none other than precisely Luo Jian. You quickly help me to go and meet the Tower Lord. Luo Jian gasped. Oh, I'll help you over right now. Hong Yin said. Right at this time, Feng Ping flashed out from the inner hall and exclaimed, Luo Jian, why have you suffered such serious injuries? Quickly come in, I'll treat it for you. Luo Jian's face was deathly pale. Seeing Feng Ping, he said weakly, Many thanks for Elder Feng's good intentions, but the matter is urgent. My injuries, best treated afterward. Feng Ping's expression changed, and he said, Luo Jian, what in the world happened? Weren't you escorting Yi Yuan into the Yin-Wind Den? Where is he? Luo Jian said, The W.A.N.G. family sent out 3 elders to hunt us down, surrounding us at the Yin-Wind Den. Fortunately, Yi Yuan had methods to control evil spirits. That was how he helped me to charge out of the heavy encirclement, making me return to seek help. The W.A.N.G. family pursued Yi Yuan into the Yin-Wind Den's interior, and I lost contact with him. I rushed back without stopping once to ask Tower Lord for help. Feng Ping's expression changed drastically, and he said, This matter, only the few of us know. So how did the W.A.N.G. family get the intel? Luo Jian shook his head and said, Don't know. Now isn't the time to look into this matter. Continue to drag on. Yi Yuan will likely be a goner. Hong Yin, quickly help me to go see Tower Lord. Hong Yin was also worried about Yi Yuan's safety and hurriedly helped Luo Jian in. After the 2 people left, the expression on Feng Ping's face changed several times. Finally, he gritted his teeth and dashed out of the myriad treasure tower, Vanis, plussing into the dark night. Yi Yuan is the myriad treasure tower's money tree now. Yang Rue definitely won't look on with folded arms. Once he makes a move, the lives of those 3 elders of your W.A.N.G. family will be difficult to guarantee. Inside the W.A.N.G. G family study. Feng Ping's words were clearly somewhat anxious, but his words gave W. A. N. G. Lingbo hope. He revealed a look of pleasant surprise on his face and said, "Is this true? My second uncle. They all are really still in the Yinwen den?" Feng Ping said urgently, "Why would I lie to you? Just earlier, Luo Jian returned to the myriad treasure tower covered in blood. He already broke through to grand completion grotto profound. You think about it, apart from your W, A, N, G family's 3 elders, who can injure him until like that? There was no time for him to even treat his injuries, and he wanted to go and see Yang Rui. It can be seen how dangerous the situation is. I'm afraid that Yang Rui will beat you to it. So I come to inform you right away. You quickly get Lord Yuxiang to take action. Otherwise, the consequences are too ghastly to imagine." This news was seriously too pleasantly surprising, sweeping W. A. N. G. Lingbo's depressed mood clean. W. A. N. G. Lingbo hurriedly said, "Okay, you go back first. Don't arouse their suspicions. I'll go and meet my father right now and invite his elderly self to take action. These 2 days, he didn't have any appet. 1. TE for food over second uncle, and their matter." Feng Ling nodded his head and hurriedly said, "Okay, I'll return right away." Not long after he left, a person rode a horse out of the W. A. N. G family, swift as lightning, galloping over towards outside the city. After Feng Ping came out of the W. A. N. G family, his entire person also heaved a sigh of relief. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had the ability to control evil spirits, and was actually able to withstand the besieging of 3 mighty grand completion grotto profound powerhouses. It looked like he really underestimated him, but with W. A. N. G Yuxian making a move, Yi Yuan definitely could not escape his doom this time. Yo, it's the evening now. Elder Feng still has the leisurely mood to come out for a stroll. How pleasant. Feng Ping was currently pondering when a voice suddenly sounded out from behind him, making him jump in fright. Turning around to look, Feng Ping's eye, A-L-L-S popped out. Yi Yuan, why would you be here? Aren't. The one talking was none other than precisely Yi Yuan. When Feng Ping saw Yi Yuan, he was shocked until he was stumbling over his words. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Ping with a smile that was not a smile, and said smilingly, "Is Elder Feng trying to say, shouldn't I be trapped at the Yinwen den currently? Why would I show up here?" Feng Ping said in surprise, "Why, yeah, didn't Luo Jian say, it's great that you're fine. Ha." Feng Ping's reaction was fast too, hastily changing his tune. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Elder Feng, do you think the injuries that this Yi did to Luo Jian was still Pa-S? Sable? It seems like even you didn't see through either." Feng Ping's expression changed, and he said in a grim voice, What do you mean?" What do I mean? This is nighttime. Elder Feng is coming out of the myriad treasure tower's sworn enemy's residence. I wonder what's the meaning of it." Yi Yuan said with a cold sneer. Monstrous waves stirred up in Feng Ping's heart, but he still harbored a hint of getting lucky and feigned ignorance, and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. Which eye of yours saw me coming out of the W. A. N. G family? Yi Yuan, you don't make unfounded remarks." "Make unfounded remarks?" The ones who saw you come out from the W. A. N. G family wasn't just me alone. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Suddenly, several people appeared behind Yi Yuan. The one in the lead had an incredibly solemn demeanor. How could it be if not Yang Rui? Yang Rui's appearance shattered the last trace of hope in Feng Ping's heart. He finally understood that this play tonight was a total trap. Yi Yuan set up this trap in order to make him head to the W-A-N-G family, and he waddled over just like that. Yang Rui looked at Feng Ping and said with a look of pain, "When Luo Jian told me this matter, I still didn't believe it. Feng Ping, Yang Rui, examine my conscience and feel that I didn't treat you shabbily. Why did you betray the Myriad Treasure Tower?" Feng Ping knew that there was zero chance of getting lucky today, and said with a cold snort, "I didn't betray the Myriad Treasure Tower. I just want this boy dead. With this boy around, Feng Ping, will never come a day where I raise my head up here in the future. The Myriad Treasure Tower can only have one chief alchemist, and that is me, Feng Ping." Hearing these words, Yang Rui looked up at the sky and gave a long sigh, and he said, "Hence you gave Yi Yuan's intel to the W-A-N-G family and borrowed the W-A-N-G family's hands to kill Yi Yuan?" Feng Ping said in a solemn voice, "That's right. The Myriad Treasure Tower. There's no him if there's me, no me if there's him. Ever since this boy came to the Myriad Treasure Tower, have you looked me straight in the eye once?" Yang Rui was enraged until he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said solemnly, "You clearly know Yi Yuan's importance to the Myriad Treasure Tower. How could you actually still do such a thing?" Feng Ling smiled coldly and said, "So what? This boy's origins are unknown, his ident. One, tie uncertain. You all actually used such a guy and paid no heed to me. I'm doing this all for the sake of the Myriad Treasure Tower." "Ha! For the sake of the Myriad Treasure Tower. So you even sold out your own bro? It's fine if you betrayed me, but Luo Jian has fought alongside you for so many years. How could you bear it?" Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "Those who accomplish great things doesn't bother with trifles. Saying any more is pointless. Before dying, I only wish to know what in the world happened to those 3 old fellows from the W-A-N-G family." Feng Ping said. He was unresigned. He still did not believe until now that Yi Yuan could escape the W-A-N-G family's 3 great elders' pursuit. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said coolly, "All dead. The W-A-N-G family sent out 16 people this time, and all of them are dead." Chapter 1336, Lesser Heavenspan Mountain. Chapter 1336, Lesser Heavenspan Mountain. "Impossible. With your strength, how can you possibly be those 3 old fellows' match? I don't believe it." Feng Ping's gaze turned intent. Clearly, he did not believe Yi Yuan's words. He was more inclined to believe that Yi Yuan escaped the 3 of their pursuits and fled back to Jewel Hill City. Clearly, this explanation was much more reasonable. But Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "The reality is, I'm standing here right now, while their soul lamps are already extinguished, haven't they? W-A-N-G Yuxiang will know whether the 3 of them were finished off or not if he goes to the Yin Wind Den to inquire. W-A-N-G Yuxiang was destined to leave with hope and return full of disappointment. Messing with the W-A-N-G family's people, if he had nothing to do, was also pretty good." When talking up to here, Yang Rui also could not resist looking toward Yi Yuan, his gaze carrying some astonishment and confusion. He also could not figure out how in the world Yi Yuan, an initial stage Grotto Profound rookie, finished off those 3 great elders of the W-A-N-G family. Those 3 people were all Grotto Profound Deity Realms Peak powerhouses, already under Heaven Glimpse. Virtually no one was their match, unless Yi Yuan had Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm strength. Otherwise, it was very hard to dispose of all 3 of them. Moreover, they even brought a large group of the W-A-N-G family's experts. When he asked Luo Jian was also vague and did not speak in detail. This made Yang Rui even more uncertain. In Yang Rui's eyes, this guest alchemist became more and more mysterious. But what A.S. assured him was that Yi Yuan's conduct drew a clear demarcation between whom or what to hate or love. Even under the situation where Luo Jian was heavily injured and dying, he did not escape alone either. Everyone said that time revealed a man's heart. In these 10 years, Yi Yuan's actions and conduct were all in his sights. Since that was the case, then the more powerful Yi Yuan was naturally not some bad thing for the Myriad Treasure Tower. Sai, Elder Feng, you and I have worked together for many years, but didn't expect that there would actually come such a day. Yang Rui heaved a sigh and said. Feng Ping snorted coldly and said, Yeah, I slogged for the Myriad Treasure Tower all my life, but I didn't think that what it exchanged for was this conclusion. Only see the newcomers smile, but don't hear the old-timers cry. Ha ha! Why does Elder Feng say this? Even though this Tower Lord puts Yi Yuan in an important position, I touched my heart and feel that I didn't neglect you, right? Regardless of whether it is spirit medicines or salary, the Myriad Treasure Tower has never owed you before. Yang Rui said, Humph. Now that it came to this, no need to say any more. Want to kill or dismember, it's up to your preference. Feng Ping snorted coldly and said, when Yang Rui saw that Feng Ping refused to listen to reason, he could not resist letting out a long sigh. He also did not expect that, in the end, it would actually end up with such a conclusion. Yang Rui heaved a sigh and said, Luo Jian. Luo Jian received the order, his figure shooting out like a ghost. Ah, Yang Rui, you'll die a horrible death. Feng Ping cried out miserably. Yang Rui still did not kill Feng Ping in the end, but wasted his divine sea, making him become a cripple. Luo Jian escorted Feng Ping again. Yang Rui looked at Yi Yuan with an apologetic look and said, Young friend Yi Yuan, this time I've made you suffer a shock. I didn't expect that my Myriad Treasure Tower actually produced a traitor. This was Yang's oversight, nearly causing a great disaster. This Yang apologizes to young friend Yi Yuan here. At this point, Yang Rui would not think that Yi Yuan was still that cripple who needed to seek help from the Myriad Treasure Tower anymore. Being able to annihilate the W.A.N.G. family's 3 great elders, no matter what kind of trump card Yi Yuan had, he very likely already had means to protect himself. This trump card could even pose a threat to heaven-glimpsed deity realm powerhouse. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, Tower Lord's words regard me too much as an outsider. This matter was all Feng Ping's fault. What has it got to do with Tower Lord? To really say sorry, that should also, this Yi saying that. If not for this Yi, the Myriad Treasure Tower would not have gone so far as to have such a matter happen as well. Yang Rui waved his hand and said, Young friend, you don't need to be like this. Feng Ping has always been the Myriad Treasure Tower's chief alchemist, with a high position and heavy authority. Hence, his nature was not exposed as well. Even without you, he'll be a hidden danger of the Myriad Treasure Tower eventually, with us not knowing when he'll erupt. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Then I'll have to thank Tower Lord very much. Tower Lord's grace towards this Yi is as weighty as a mountain. This Yi has no other strengths. Only alchemy is sable. How about this? I'll refine a batch of divine-grade medicinal pills. Tower Lord can use this as a gimmick and attract Jewel Hill City's martial artists. Yang Rui was overjoyed the moment he heard and said with a laugh, Then I'll have to trouble young friend. Talking with smart people was effortless. Feng Ping being a cripple, Yang Rui still had to report this matter to upstairs and request upstairs to send an alchemist over again. In this period, he would naturally need Yi Yuan to take charge of the overall situation. Actually, even if upstairs sent a 2-star alchemy G, D over, he would not be as effective as Yi Yuan either. Could two-star alchemy G? Oh, DS refine, divine-grade medicinal pills? After all, Jewel Hill City, this kind of county, grotto profound deity, realm martial artists, and mortals were the population. In the following period of time, Jewel Hill City entered a relatively peaceful period. Outside of expectations, the W, A, N, G family maintained great restraint after sustaining such heavy losses. As for the Myriad Treasure Tower, they ushered in a period of rapid development. The rolling out of divine-grade medicinal pills raised Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower's reputation to the highest level. Of course, divine-grade medicinal pills were not what ordinary people could afford to consume, even if it was the lowest level tier, one low-grade divine pill. But this did not hinder the rise of the Myriad Treasure Tower's reputation. This period of time, the Myriad Treasure Tower's business virtually skyrocketed. And TC hing away more than half of the three great families' business all at once. The Myriad Treasure Tower's glory was unparalleled, while Yi Yuan himself entered close seclusion after preparing sufficient quant. 1. Ties of medicinal pills. His cultivation had already stagnated for very long. Previously, there was always no time to increase cultivation. Now that all of the dangers were already resolved, he could finally settle down and think about the direction of his cultivation in the days to come. Boy, you have to think clearly. Comprehending heaven and earth laws on the world-suppressing steel and creating a cultivation method that belongs to yourself, this is a prolonged process. Maybe you can comprehend a heaven-defying cultivation method. Maybe you'll waste massive amounts of time. Inside the world-suppressing steel, Dustless was doing his final urging. After all, the cultivation method that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove left behind was already very heaven-defying. It could be cultivated all the way to peak Empyrean. This was a shortcut, but Yi Yuan refused to take it and insisted on taking a path of no return. Yi Yuan's gaze was firm as he said, "Senior, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I said before back when we were at the Immortal Grove region that I want to walk a path that belongs to me, no matter how arduous this path is." Dustless had been with Yi Yuan for a long time and had also figured out Yi Yuan's temperament and knew that saying any more was useless. He could only let out a long sigh and said, This fellow, just like to walk one path till the end. I want to see whether or not you can also be heaven-defying in martial arts." Rumble. Inside the world-suppressing steels, SPAC, an enormous mountain rose straight from the ground, charging straight to the clouds. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. A surge of unfathomable aura hit him head-on. It turned out that this was the world-suppressing steel's main body. Ugh. Yi Yuan could not resist using divine sense to probe this large mountain a little, but he was struck by a tremendous force, instantly making his divine soul sustain serious injuries. This punk, really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The great Tao concepts contained in this lesser heavenspan mountain are sufficient to exterminate heavenly emperor powerhouses, and you actually dared to offend it. Dustless said, Chapter 1337, Correspondence Point. Chapter 1337, Correspondence Point, Lesser Heavenspan Mountain. Yi Yuan muttered. A surge of gentle breath pervaded around Yi Yuan. Very soon, the injuries that his divine soul suffered became much better. Yi Yuan had obtained the world-suppressing steel for a long time and had yet to see before this appearance. When he faced this lesser heavenspan mountain, it was like when he was still at the Immortal Grove world facing heavenly Tao, that sort of feeling. Vast like the ocean, elusive and intangible. This lesser heavenspan mountain is the world-suppressing steel's main body holding in store great Tao. Even a heavenly emperor won't dare to investigate it like you either. But you actually dared to profane heaven's prestige. Dustless said, Yi Yuan palpitated with anxiety and fear when he heard that. The rock brought down from the Heavenspan mountain was indeed extraordinary. Since that's the case, why did you remind me earlier? Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "How would I know that you, brat, are so reckless? I was just about to warn you, but you had already made a move." Dustless also said crossly. Yi Yuan smiled saidly, and stopped talking. He saw that this lesser Heavenspan mountain was extraordinary just now and sent out his divine sense at the behest of supernatural powers, wanting to investigate it, but did not know that it was actually so dangerous. Seeing Yi Yuan shut up, Dustless continued, "The lesser heavenly Empyrean immortal grove can only be for visualizing comprehensions, so one mustn't use divine sense to investigate it. This lesser heavenly Empyrean immortal grove is unfathomable. With immortal grove's realm, he's also unable to pry into 1/10,000th of it. He guessed that this lesser Heavenspan mountain might very likely be a supreme treasure inoculated by the Heavenspan mountain, containing this portion of heavenly Tao's might. It's just a shame that heavenly Empyrean immortal grove did not break through to heavenly Emperor realm. Otherwise, he should be able to pry into a trace of the lesser Heavenspan mountain's secrets." Yi Yuan's jaw dropped, and he exclaimed in shock, "This lesser Heavenspan mountain's background is so great. If I fully comprehend the heavenly Tao contained inside the lesser Heavenspan mountain, would I be able to reach the realm of Tao Ancestor?" Dustless smiled coldly and said, "You're dreaming. Do you think that this heavenly Tao is so easy to comprehend? Put away that unrealistic thought of yours. For you to visualize this lesser Heavenspan mountain being able to fully comprehend the first level cultivation method within 5,000 years is already very impressive. The cultivation of deity realm powerhouses was easily in the units of 10,000 years. Over 5,000 years, that was really not considered a long time." Dustless's words were already regarding Yi Yuan highly. He knew that when Yi Yuan was at the Immortal Grove world, he entered Tao with alchemy and even triggered the resonance of great Tao. But in martial arts, he did not believe that Yi Yuan still had this kind of heaven-defying talent. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Got it, senior. I'll be starting now. If the outside world has any activities, wake me up in time." Dustless nodded his head and disappeared. Yi Yuan looked at the lesser Heavenspan mountain ahead and murmured under his breath, "Lesser Heavenspan mountain already has such power. I wonder how terrifying the real Heavenspan mountain is. Could it be that even Tao Ancestor, that level of realm, all have to comprehend Tao on the Heavenspan mountain?" Yi Yuan discovered that this world-suppressing steel was really a heaven-defying treasure, disregarding that its potential was limitless for others to want to go to the Heavenspan mountain to comprehend great Tao. They must arrive at the Heavenspan mountain in person, but as long as he possessed this lesser Heavenspan mountain, it was equivalent to Yi Yuan carrying along a heavenly Tao by his side, able to comprehend at any time. This kind of advantage, probably if anyone knew about it, they would all be envious to the extreme, right? Maybe even Tao ancestors would be moved too. Then Heavenly Emperor Jiu Shang, sending Kanhua into the Immortal Grove world. Maybe the objective was precisely it. It was just that Yi Yuan felt that Heavenly Emperor Jiu Shang probably only suspected and did not know the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain's true face. Otherwise, he probably would not send a puny little Kanhua over. This kind of heaven-defying treasure. He would absolutely make a move personally. His thoughts arriving here, Yi Yuan was secretly alarmed too. The treasures on him were more heaven-defying one after another. In the future, better be a little more careful, and he mustn't spill the beans. Otherwise, the consequences were too ghastly to imagine. Especially this lesser Heavenspan Mountain, once exposed, what he would have to face would likely be the entire heavenspan world's pursuit. Yi Yuan abandoned all distracting thoughts and started visualizing the lesser heavenspan mountain. This lesser heavenspan mountain was indeed a heaven-defying treasure. But how much one was able to comprehend still had to depend on the martial artist's comprehension abilities. Those with poor comprehension abilities, even if they obtained the lesser heavenspan mountain, it was no use either. Their accomplishments limited. But even if one's talent was any better, they also had to emulate little by little. Ordinary martial artists, relying solely on comprehension, they might not be able to break through to heaven-glimpse deity realm all their life. With the lesser heavenspan mountain, this process was bound to be shortened by several times. Even if one was any dumber, cultivating to origin deity realm was not a problem too. However, what Yi Yuan wanted to comprehend was not just heavenly Tao, but comprehending a set of cultivation methods that belonged to himself from the lesser heavenspan mountain. This difficulty was immense. Put on some people, they might never be able to complete it all their lives. The cultivation method that Yi Yuan wanted to comprehend was a complete cultivation system. He needed to comprehend heavenly Tao while perfecting the cultivation method, all the way until this cultivation method did not have the slightest flaw could he start cultivating. With Yi Yuan's current realm, he would definitely be unable to immediately complete a set of cultivation methods. What he could do now was create the first level of the cultivation method, so as to ensure that he could cultivate to grand completion grotto profound. In addition, he even had to leave behind scalability for the second level cultivation method, laying down the foundation for him to create the cultivation method in the future. This process did not allow the slightest bit of errors. Using a word to describe, it was hard as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, that was why Dustless would become angry and disappointed. Moreover, creating whatever rank of cultivation method completely depended on the individual's comprehension ability. Those with high comprehension ability could create very heaven-defying cultivation methods. Those with low comprehension ability, the cultivation method created might be hard to continue when cultivated to origin deity realm. Hence, there was a possibility that Yi Yuan doing so would gain less than what was lost. Dustless did not feel that Yi Yuan could create a more powerful cultivation method than Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. After all, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's cultivation method could be cultivated to transcendent Heavenly Emperor realm. No matter how powerful, how formidable could it be? Except Yi Yuan refused to believe in heresy. To Yi Yuan, rather than pinning his hopes on a Tao ancestor helping, it was better to realize it through his own efforts. He did not like that feeling of fate being grasped in the hands of others. Of course, Yi Yuan's ambitions were very big, but when he really started visualizing, Yi Yuan discovered that this was really very hard. Great Tao was boundless. When Yi Yuan started visualizing, he felt like he was seemingly situated in an endless wilderness plain, unable to find the direction at all. In front of heavenly Tao, this deity realm powerhouse, did not even count as an ant. Time said day by day. Yi Yuan attempted many methods, but was unable to find the entry point. Yi Yuan knew that wanting to find his own path, he must first find a correspondence point with heavenly Tao, just like reeling silk from cock. Without this correspondence point, Yi Yuan would forever not enter the door. It was just that talk was cheap, but doing it was as hard as ascending to heaven. Leaves fell without knowing autumn. In a blink, Yi Yuan spent 10 years' time inside the world suppressing steels, SPAC. In 10 years, Yi Yuan attempted countless ways, but was still unable to find this correspondence point. This result involuntarily made him somewhat discouraged. Know how foolish you are, right? This path of yours can't work. Moreover, you can afford to wait, But can that little law S afford to wait? By Yi Yuan's ear came Dustless's mocking. Chapter 1338, W&G Families, Main Family Arriving. Chapter 1338, W-A-N-G Families, Main Family Arriving. W-A-N-G Families Branch. W and Ji Yuxiang has seen Sir Su and Elder Xian. In the W-A-N-G Families Hall, an old man and a youth were currently sitting in the middle. Even W-A-N-G Yuxiang, this W-A-N-G Families leader, could only stand in the hall. W-A-N-G Lingbo was even only able to stand behind W-A-N-G Yuxiang and did not even have the qualifications to speak. Sir Su, who was sitting on the seat of honor, had a high and mighty appearance. Clearly, he did not place W-A-N-G Yuxiang in his sights. W-A-N-G Yuxiang, your Jewel Hills branch's recent performance has made the main family very disappointed. A W-A-N-G family of such a size was actually almost pulled up by the roots by someone. W-A-N-G Su said carelessly. On the right-hand seats, cold sweat poured profusely on their foreheads when W-A-N-G Yuxiang and W-A-N-G Lingbo heard these words. Jewel Hill City's W-A-N-G family was merely a branch of the W-A-N-G family. The W-A-N-G family's main family was in Brightray's city. The heaven-span world did not have a number of messy forces. There was only one city after another. Heaven-span world cities were divided into a total of 5 ranks, namely counties, capital cities, imperial capital, and great imperial capital. Counties were the lowest level cities. It was the city where powerhouses managed low-level martial artists and mortals. The numbers were abundant. Reaching capital city this level, it was not what the average person could enter. Mortals were absolutely barred from entering capital cities. Even deity realm powerhouses had to meet certain conditions too before they had the qualifications to enter a capital city. The administrator of capital cities were at least all divine lord realm and above. Jewel Hills City and Brightray's City were both counties, both belonging to Wumeng capital city. It was just that Jewel Hill City was a part of the very weak counties, while Brightray's City belonged to the stronger counties. 3 years' time had already passed since the W-A-N-G family's 3 great elders were killed by Yi Yuan. In these 3 years, Jewel Hill City's W-A-N-G family was extremely low-key, drawing back all businesses, waiting for this day. W-A-N-G Yuxiang made a trip to the Een Wind Den, angering him until he billowed smoke from all 7 orifices. After a little inquiry, he learned that the W-A-N-G family's 3 great elders were all annihilated already. The news that Feng Ping brought was utter rubbish, but W-A-N-G Yuxiang very quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. Being able to wipe out all of the W-A-N-G family's elites, regardless of what methods Yi Yuan used, it could not be underestimated. Furthermore, the W-A-N-G family already suffered a great loss in vitality. They were already strong in will but lacking in strength to fight with the other families. His thought reaching here, W-A-N-G Yuxiang decided to endure the humiliation and bear the burden in forming Brightray's City's W-A-N-G family's main family about the matter on this side. Jewel Hill City's W-A-N-G family would have to pay large amounts of benefits as tribute to the main family at Brightray's City. What they were afraid of was the arrival of this day. 3 years had passed, said the W-A-N-G family's main family finally sent W-N-G Su and W and G Xianfeng here. This W. A. N. G Su was an outstanding member of the W. A. N. G family's younger generation. He was less than 500 years old and already a grand completion grotto profound level expert. W. A. N. G Xianfeng was even more remarkable. Not only was he a martial arts expert, but he was also even a 2-star alchemy G. O. D. Although the strong reigned supreme in the martial arts world, business was business. Everyone had to observe the most basic rules of the game. Jewel Hill City's 4 great factions were originally balanced in strength. The W. A. N. G family was the strongest, the Lu and Lin 2 families followed, the Myriad Treasure Tower the weakest. Now, the Myriad Treasure Tower rose domineeringly with divine-grade medicinal pills. For the W. A. N. G family to want to make a comeback, they had to use business methods. Once martial strength got involved, the City Lord Manor would inevitably have to intervene. Although the W. A. N. G family's strength was even greater than Jewel Hill City's City Lord Manor. What the City Lord Manor represented was Wu Meng capital city and could not be offended. Sir Su, the fault of the matter this time doesn't lie with the W. A. N. G family. That guest alchemist of the Myriad Treasure Tower is really freakish to the max. We were caught off guard too. W. A. N. G Yuxiang said, although his realm was higher than W. A. N. G Su's, he did not dare to offend him. This was a junior that the main family placed emphasis on grooming. His future accomplishments were limitless. Ha! An initial stage grotto profound turned your Jewel Hill City branch upside down. You guys are really promising. Don't failures always like to give excuses like that? W. A. N. G Su said with a cold smile. What you heard may be false, but what you saw was true. W. A. N. G Su was naturally aware of the news that W. A. N. G Yuxiang reported. But in his view, this was Jewel Hill City's W. A. N. G family being incapable, and not that their adversary was very powerful. All these information were mere excuses. W. A. N. G Yuxiang did not dare to refute, and said to W. A. N. G Lingbo, Lingbo, present the thing, and let Sir Su and Elder Xian take a look. W. A. N. G Lingbo handed over 2 boxes respectfully. W. A. N. G Su carelessly received it and gave a glance. His gaze was still just disdain. Divine grade divine essence pill. Ha ha, what does lowest grade tier 1 low grade divine pill count for? Don't you say so, Elder Xian? W. A. N. G Su said with a laugh. Elder Xian, who had been silent all along, smiled when he heard this, and said, Oh, Yuxiang, just a mere tier 1 low-grade divine pill. It's nothing at all. With this old man around, his Myriad Treasure Tower has to coil even if it's a dragon too. Additionally, when I came, the head elder told me Jewel Hill City's branch family has been conscientious and earnest these few years and have made great contributions for the main family. Head elders specially permitted for Jewel Hill City's branch family to pick 3 elite disciples to enter the main family's Soaring Dragon Pavilion. W. A. N. G. Xuanfeng's words made W. A. N. G. Yuxiang and W. A. N. G. Lingbo tremble all over, their faces revealing a look of wild ecstasy. The Soaring Dragon Pavilion was the place where the main family specially fostered elite disciples. Upon entering the Soaring Dragon Pavilion, one's future accomplishments would be limitless. The W. A. N. G family suffered heavy losses this time, but being able to let elite disciples enter the Soaring Dragon Pavilion was also considered to have gotten a blessing in disguise. Thank you very much, Sir Su, Elder Xian. Thank you very much, Head Elder. W. A. N. Ji Yuxiang said agitatedly. Ji Xianfeng smiled and said, with this, Yuxiang, you don't have worries about attacks from the rear anymore, right? These few years, Ji Su and I will be staying here. You guys put in more effort and squeezed the myriad treasure tower out of Jewel Hill City. This is the main point. Ji Yuxiang's gaze turned intent, and he hurriedly said, rest assured, Elder Xian, Jewel Hill City's branch family will definitely cooperate fully with the main family. Ji Yuxiang realized that the main family was finally going to seize this chance and make a move against the myriad treasure tower. 10 years, Yi Yuan did not obtain the slightest bit of progress. Rather, Dustless mocked beside his ear nonstop. Kid, give up. You only spent a year's time. You still have time to turn back now. But Yi Yuan shook his head stubbornly and said, Senior, you and I have been together for a long time. You should understand my temperament a little already. I won't give up. Dustless said crossly, Boy, I acknowledge that your alchemy talent is exceedingly strong, but this martial Dao cultivation method is a completely different matter from alchemy Dao. Yi Yuan suddenly trembled all over, his face revealing a look of wild elation. Slapping his head, he said, Yeah, why am I so stupid, giving up a ready-made road, and not walking, only caring about taking the roundabout way? Dustless froze, clueless why Yi Yuan was so excited without rhyme or reason. You kid, what did you think of again? Dustless said in puzzlement. Yi Yuan said excitedly, Since it's creating a cultivation method that belongs to me, then it should be the cultivation method most suitable for me. Don't you agree, Senior? Dustless nodded woodenly and said, That is, of course. Then, Senior, what's my strongest path? Yi Yuan continued. Dustless said, Naturally, alchemy Dao. You want to use alchemy Dao as the correspondence point and create a cultivation method? This is also too ridiculous, right? Then the cultivation method created is specifically used to refine pills. Yi Yuan chuckled, but did not say anything, stifling Dustless badly. Chapter 1339, Above the Heavenspan Mountain. Chapter 1339, Above the Heavenspan Mountain. In front of Yi Yuan were divine rank spirit medicines piled like a mountain. When refining the 1-star heavenly mark pill back, then it was a focus practice. All of the medicinal pills he refined was all for the sake of finally refining the 1-star heavenly mark pill. And now, Yi Yuan was going to cultivate initial rank 1-star alchemy G, D to the limits. In this aspect, the myriad treasure tower's powerful supply system became apparent. Under Yi Yuan's request, Yang Rui found a lot of very obscure divine rank spirit medicines. Now, the spirit medicines piled in front of him were as many as several thousand kinds. Of course, this was not all of Heavenspan World's Tier 1 divine rank spirit medicine type. Yi Yuan also did not require all Tier 1 divine rank spirit medicines. He only needed an opportunity to comprehend heavenly Dao. After the first decade, Yi Yuan started a long process of comprehending alchemy Dao. Every kind of spirit medicines, he would experience it diligently, comprehending their medicinal properties. This task Yi Yuan had once done before in the Immortal Grove world. Doing it now was not unfamiliar. It was just that the difficulty increased countless times. Time Pa-S, set inside the world-suppressing steel, in a blink, 120 years, Pa-S said. In these 120 years, Yi Yuan finally fully comprehended the several thousand kinds of spirit medicine's medicinal properties. Yi Yuan's path of alchemy was summed up into just 5 words: a solid foundation, diligent practice. Expending 120 years and pouring all of their heart and soul into comprehending medicinal properties, this was an exceedingly dreary thing to others. Even for alchemists, Not many were able to withstand such loneliness either. Yi Yuan could. These 120 years laid down Yi Yuan's foundation of refining divine pills very solidly. After 120 years, Yi Yuan finally started refining pills. He refined pills differently from others. He was doing it carefree and unrestrained, and not rigidly bound to pill formulas. There were successes, there were failures. This kind of incomparably dreary life, Yi Yuan consumed it pleasantly as if taking sugar plums. Spring went and autumn arrived, summer left, and winter came. Time passed, said year after year. Finally, one day, a hint of insight flashed across in Yi Yuan's mind. This trace of understanding was like a bolt of lightning that tore across the sky. Hence, he put down the pill refining and started visualizing the lesser heaven-span mountain in front of him. The lesser heaven-span mountain that had no activities all along emitted a blinding light at this time. These lights were resplendent with a myriad of colors, beautiful and magnificent. Yi Yuan, who was inside of it, was akin to have fallen into a wonderland. He finally knocked open this door, using alchemy Tao. However, this was just the first step to Yi Yuan. He did not want to create a cultivation method used for refining pills. All along, Yi Yuan cultivated all sorts of cultivation methods, martial techniques. They started rolling around in his mind nonstop. Spirit Bristle, 9 Yang Divine Art, Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art, Evil Extermination Sword Formula, 9 characters True Word Formula. The current Yi Yuan was just like cooking a delicious dish. These cultivation methods and martial techniques were the ingredients, while the lesser heaven-span mountain was a large pot. Yi Yuan was immersed inside, completely forgetting the time. No idea how long had passed, said either the elementary form of a cultivation method gradually formed in Yi Yuan's mind. Yi Yuan revised it continuously, perfecting, then revising again and perfecting again. At this moment, at the center of the heaven-span world, all martial artists' holy land, heaven-span mountain, it suddenly became incomparably berserk. A tsunami-like spiritual energy flooded down from the top of the heaven-span mountain. This wave of spiritual energy was too boundless, unable to absorb it all. The tremendous impact force directly sent the powerhouses currently comprehending Tao on the heaven-span mountain flying, miserable cries lingering on incessantly in the air. No matter how powerful their strength was, this was the true heaven and earth's might, not what human power could contend with at all. An incomparably gorgeous afterglow light halo wrapped around the entire heaven-span mountain, making the originally mysterious heaven-span mountain become even more unfathomable. After several breaths, the heaven-span mountain was already devoid of people. What happened to the heaven-span mountain? Who the H-E-L knows what happened. Ouch, your father cultivated to the true G. Oh, D-realm, and has never fallen so badly before. Truly inconceivable. I've never seen before that the heaven-span mountain would actually give off such a terrifying heaven's prestige. Below the heaven-span mountain, numerous groups of martial artists had fallen into a disorderly mess, looking very wretched. But what they were even more astonished at was why the heaven-span mountain had such a change appear. Not good. The spiritual energy is flooding down. Quick, run! Suddenly, someone gave a shout. Everyone all kicked off the ground and sprinted wildly. This incomparably majestic spiritual energy descended from the sky like an avalanche. Once buried within the spiritual energy, they would lose a layer of skin even if they did not die. They had never seen before such terrifying spiritual energy. Rumble! The spiritual energy hit the ground, gave off a sieve rumble, and rippled out into the distance. Ha! I'm going to break through. I've been stuck at the bottleneck for several tens of thousands of years already. This time, I'm finally going to break through. I'm going to break through too. Ha! Didn't expect that there will come a day when I break through to true G. Oh, D2. Ha ha. After the spiritual energy landed, it finally became thinner under the impact of this majestic spiritual energy. The martial artists cultivating on the Heavenspan Mountain obtained a blessing in disguise. Quite a number of people break through the bottleneck. Those who did not break through the bottleneck, their power also increased by a great deal. Not good. Can't break through now. Another wave of spiritual energy is Russ. Plussing down. Right at this time, somebody shouted again. It was only to see on top of the Heavenspan Mountain the nearly materialized spiritual energy poured down like an avalanche once more. At this time, above the void, where everyone could not see, several voices were communicating something. Life, among the few of us, you live the longest. Can you tell us what on earth is going on? A deep voice said, Don't know. Since this old man attained Tao, I've never seen before such a violent Heavenspan Mountain. An aged voice said. The moment these words came out, everyone fell silent once more. Suddenly, someone said, Hang on, the feeling that the Heavenspan Mountain gives me this time is like it's celebrating something. Celebrating? Ha ha! Thunder Ancestor, are you joking? The Heavenspan Mountain is a dead object. Even though it contains the might of heavenly Tao, how can it be possible to have human emotions? Ha ha! This old man has no choice but to be in awe of your wild fantasies. Retorted another person immediately. At this time, Tao Ancestor Life suddenly opened his mouth again and said, I feel that what Thunder Ancestor said makes some sense. You all look. This is the third wave of spiritual energy avalanche. Already, once such boundless spiritual energy spreads out, who knows how many people will benefit and break through. The feeling that this gives me is like benefiting all life. Tao Ancestor Life's words made everyone fall silent once more. But even if it's, as you said, even you haven't seen the Heavenspan Mountain like this before, why would it suddenly become like this? Someone else questioned. Tao Ancestor Life slowly said, That's because the Heavenspan Mountain has never encountered somebody or something that's worthy of it doing so. However, apart from the few of us, who else is worthy of it doing so? Another round of silence. After a long time, Tao Ancestor Life raised his head up and gave a long sigh, and he said, Heavenspan Mountain, oh Heavenspan Mountain, just what kind of existence are you? Just what is there above the mountain summit? Chapter 1340, Chaos Heavenspan Canon. Chapter 1340, Chaos Heavenspan Canon. What happened? I feel like I'm almost unable to breathe. What's the deal with this huge mountain? Why would such a giant mountain appear in the sky above Jewel Hill City? What terrifying pressure. I almost can't resist kneeling down anymore. It's the Heavenspan Mountain. This giant mountain is very similar to the Heavenspan Mountain. My G. Oh, D, what in the world is happening to Jewel Hill City? It wouldn't fall down, right? If such a large mountain were to drop down, the entire Jewel Hill City would probably be reduced to dust. Just as the entire Heavenspan Mountain was in chaos when the Tao ancestors were forced out of the Heavenspan Mountain, the whole Jewel Hill City was similarly in a mess. Above Jewel Hill City, an enormous mountain appeared bafflingly. That pressure faintly contained the might of heavenly Tao, making everyone prostrate in wars. H+P, not just Jewel Hill City, the entire Wumeng capital cities region. Everyone was able to see this giant mountain. It was too big, boundlessly huge. Elder Xian, let's hurry up and leave Jewel Hill City. Once this giant mountain falls, None of us can escape. W-A-N-G family. W-A-N-G. Sue's expression changed drastically as he said, in close to 30 years' time. W-A-N-G. Sue and W-A-N-G. Xianfeng had always stayed in the W-A-N-G family, causing immense pressure for the Myriad Treasure Tower. It was just that seeing that towering heaven-span mountain in the sky, he seriously could not sit still anymore. The pressure that giant mountain brought made his two legs tremble. W-A-N-G. Xianfeng also looked incredibly grim as he said, "Let's go. Looks like this Jewel Hill City can't be preserved." After the two people conversed, they sped outside the city without even saying H-E-L, low. Actually, it was not just them. The entire Jewel Hill City's martial artists were all fleeing outside the city. Currently, the city entrance was already blocked until not even a drop of water could seep through, all scrambling one after another. Even the city guards could not do anything about them either. Actually, there were quite a few city guards who also joined the ranks of escaping. That pressure in the sky was seriously too horrifying. How could the might of heaven and earth be what human strength could resist? At the Myriad Treasure Tower, Su Linpu and Yang Rui were similarly looking at that giant mountain in the sky, their expressions flickering incessantly. "Tower Lord, are we going?" Su Linpu said. Yang Rui smiled bitterly and said, "Go? Can we leave? No matter how fast our movement techniques are, we can't possibly escape either. What in the world is going on? Why is it Jewel Hill City?" Su Linpu said with a belly full of puzzlement. "Sai, yeah, the heaven-span world has countless cities. Why would it appear at Jewel Hill City? Could it be that the entire heaven-span mountain flew to Jewel Hill City? But how is this possible?" Yang Rui muttered. In a twinkle, 30 years past, set in the outside world. Yi Yuan spent 300 years inside the world-suppressing steel. However, right when the entire heaven-span world was raging like a storm, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. Yi Yuan's eyes revealed rays of brilliant light, his entire person in a state of extreme excitement. His current state was excellent to the extreme. Opposite, the dustless and gray clothes stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. Seeing him meet his eyes, he used an extremely peculiar expression and asked probingly, "You kid, what the H-E-L-L did you do?" With the cultivation method forming, Yi Yuan was currently excited. Seeing Dustless inquire, he said with a blank look, "Did what? Senior, haven't you been watching all along? I was creating a cultivation method that belongs to me." Dustless himself was also in a state of dumbfoundedness. He was certain that the terrifying happenings in the outside world were absolutely related to Yi Yuan. It was just that he did not understand what the H-E-L-L Yi Yuan did to actually be able to trigger such a terrifying heaven and earth abnormal activity. Do you know that right now, Jewel Hill City is already in chaos? The heaven-span mountain actually appeared above Jewel Hill City's sky. Dustless said in immense shock. "And heaven-span mountain?" Yi Yuan currently had a blank look when suddenly the mountains shook and the earth trembled. The heaven-span mountain above Jewel Hill City finally slowly landed. Rumble. A boundless pressure made the entire world change colors. The grand array over Jewel Hill City was akin to paper under the heaven-span mountain. Arc. In Jewel Hill City, tragic cries linked up together. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he flashed out from inside the world-suppressing steel's S-P-A-C, his expression also becoming incomparably ugly. "Senior, what's going on here?" Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically as he talked. "You're asking me? I'm asking you. Wasn't this thing summoned by you?" Dustless said huffily. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that and said, "Me? No way, right? Hence I'm asking you what the H-E-L-L did you do to actually trigger such a heavenly punishment? Dustless's voice was almost shrieking. He was very certain that this heaven-span mountain was summoned by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said depressedly, I don't know either. I was really creating a cultivation method and just finished. Ha, asked you not to mess around. You insisted on doing it. Now you blundered, right? I want to see how you take care of it. Dustless said with an angry and disappointed appearance. Rumble. The heaven-span mountain obscured the sun. The area it covered was not just Jewel Hill City, one small plot of land. Those people fleeing had no place to hide at all. In the midst of everyone's despairing screams, the heaven-span mountain landed with a loud bang. However, it was not like everybody imagined. The end of the world did not arrive. That incomparably huge heaven-span mountain dissipated into nothing just like that. What's going on again? Where's that giant mountain? Ha, saved. I didn't die. Ha ha. Where did that giant mountain go? My G. Oh, D, it was too scary just now. At this time, Jewel Hill City was filled with rejoicing sounds of surviving the disaster. Except Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, his figure flaccid. Plussing, returning inside the world-suppressing steels. S-P-A-C once more. That instant he saw the lesser heaven-span mountain. A feeling of being connected by blood welled up in his heart. He discovered that the bottommost region of the lesser heaven-span mountain, the colors seemed to have become a little darker. Senior, I feel like I seem to have refined a small portion of the lesser heaven-span mountain. Yi Yuan used an extremely skeptical tone and said to Dustless. Dustless' gaze turned intent, and he said doubtfully, Brat, you mustn't scare me. Immortal Grove obtained this lesser heaven-span mountain for millions of years and also didn't dare to say he refined it. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath, his mind stirring slightly. The Civ lesser heaven-span mountain was becoming small at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally being placed above the palm by Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, Dustless's A-L-L-S were almost popping out. Yi Yuan really refined it. How did you do it? Dustless said in astonishment. Yi Yuan was speechless as he said, I don't know either. Senior, you don't use this kind of expression to look at me. I really don't know. I just created the first level of the cultivation method. That's all. Dustless was similarly speechless and could not resist asking, just what kind of could not resist did you create? Yi Yuan said, I haven't thought of the name yet, but this cultivation method should be the most suitable for me. This cultivation method originated from the lesser heaven-span mountain, so I'll call it Chaos Heaven-span Canon. Chapter 1341, Terrifying Cultivation Method. Chapter 1341, Terrifying Cultivation Method, Chaos Heaven-span Canon. Dustless mulled over this name and muttered, could it be that this cultivation method you created called Down the Heaven-span Mountain? This is impossible. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, who cares? Either way, isn't everybody fine right now? Senior, how long was I in seclusion? Over 300 years have already said inside the world suppressing steel. Dustless was still somewhat shaken from shock at this time. Before Yi Yuan entered seclusion, he said that Yi Yuan needed at least several thousand years. But now, Yi Yuan only used the outside world's 30 years and created the Chaos Heaven-span Canon. Already been 30 years? I reckon that Tower Lord Yang they all are anxious again, right? Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile, without his medicinal pills for the myriad treasure tower to want to stand out among the SES, it was really not too easy. Yi Yuan was just planning on leaving seclusion, but was stopped by Dustless. hang on. Your current realm has already reached the peak of initial stage grotto profound. It's just one step away from being able to break through to middle stage. This old man wants to see just how powerful this cultivation method you created is. Dustless said. He was currently full of doubts, very curious about this cultivation method Yi Yuan created. What kind of cultivation method could trigger such a terrifying heaven and earth abnormal activity from the heavenspan world? Yi Yuan froze when he heard that and said, "What Senior says makes sense. It's not late for me to leave seclusion after breaking through." Finished talking, Yi Yuan flicked his long sleeves. A pile of medicinal pills appeared before his eyes. All of them were divine-grade divine essence pills. With Yi Yuan's present strength, refining divine-grade divine essence pills was not considered some remarkable thing anymore. If outsiders saw Yi Yuan's extravagant cultivation style, they would definitely curse him for being a wastrel. Divine-grade divine essence pills were hard to ask for in the outside world, with demand but no supply. But Yi Yuan ate it like broad beans. Actually, Yi Yuan was also very eager toward the Chaos Heavenspan canon. Although this cultivation method was created by him, this was just the cultivation method he derived from visualization based on the Lesser Heavenspan mountain. As for how the specific results were, even he was also uncertain himself. Therefore, Yi Yuan started consuming a divine essence pill and salt middle stage grotto profound. The medicinal pill entering the abdomen, Yi Yuan refined it according to the Chaos Heavenspan canon he created. Then Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed. "What wrong?" Dustless asked, rather nervously. Yi Yuan himself also had astonishment written all over his face as he looked at Dustless and said, "Already refined." Dustless's S stared like wide circles, and he said in disbelief, "What did you say? Are refined? You're saying that you already refined the divine-grade divine essence pill?" Yi Yuan nodded his head, similarly incomparably shocked, as he said, "Yeah, I just revolved the cultivation method, and the divine essence pills were refined into a wisp of divine essence, entering the divine sea. Hang on, the divine essence in my divine sea seems to have become lesser." With this, the two people were utterly bewildered. Dustless also detected it. Just now, Yi Yuan was already just a step away from middle stage grotto profound. But in this blink of an eye, he actually became a long way off. What the HELL kind of cultivation method did you create? This is also too freakish, right? Even if Dustless had lots of experience and vast knowledge, it was also his first time encountering this kind of situation. Yi Yuan suddenly said, "Senior, although the divine essence became less, I feel that my divine essence seems to be much purer." Dustless thought about it and said, "Try refining a divine essence pill again." Yi Yuan nodded his head and started doing as said. As soon as the Chaos Heavenspan canon revolved, the divine essence pill was refined almost instantly. One had to know that for ordinary martial artists, even if their cultivation method was a very heaven-defying cultivation method, refining a divine-grade divine essence pill needed half a month to a month's effort too. But Yi Yuan instantly refined it. This kind of refining speed was simply inconceivable. Yi Yuan discovered that the divine essence pill he refined it could not stir up even a trace of wave when it entered his divine sea. He simply grabbed 3 divine essence pills and stuffed them into his mouth, urging the Chaos Heavenspan canon once more. 3 pills were still too little. Hence, Yi Yuan refined divine essence pills one after another. Very soon, his divine essence pills were depleted fully. Close to 60, 70 divine-grade divine essence pills were eaten completely by him like jelly beans. By the side, Dustless was just dumbstruck with amazement from watching. He had never seen before someone cultivating like Yi Yuan. Those were 60 to 70 divine essence pills. If it were others, their divine sea would probably be stuffed till it burst. This is simply a bottomless hole. Your initial stage grotto profound, currently, and the expenditure is already so great. When your realm is high, then the resources expended can be extremely horrifying to describe. Dustless sighed emotionally as he talked. Yi Yuan looked at Dustless with a guileless look and said with a bitter smile, "Looks like I can only earn money nonstop. Otherwise, with my current appet, 1T, it really can't fill me up." Dustless suddenly said, "You sense your divine essence. See if there's any changes or not." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "And my divine essence seems to be way purer than before. Once I unleash martial techniques, the power should be able to increase several dozen%. Dustless nodded and said, "Then that's right. No wonder this cultivation method of yours was able to trigger heaven and earth abnormal activity. Truly remarkable. I really didn't think that you, this brat, actually have such a heaven-defying lucky chance." Regardless of whether it was the essence energy Yi Yuan cultivated in the past or the divine essence he cultivated now, martial artists' cultivation methods were different, resulting in the purity of the divine essence within their bodies to be different as well. The more inferior the cultivation method, the more impurities in the divine essence absorbed as well. Once the cultivation time increased, the divine essence in the divine sea seemed to already be filled to the brim, but in reality, the impurities ACCU mulat became more and more. Once reading the cultivation bottleneck, the effect of these impurities would be infinitely amplified, affecting the martial artist's breakthrough from there. Some people were unable to break through a small bottleneck for all their lives. It was this reason. Pure divine essence also had many benefits, such as greatly increasing the power of the martial techniques released, such as even greater battle endurance. All in all, the benefits were too many to enumerate. A powerful martial technique could allow multiplication of the martial artist's combat power, but a cultivation method determined how far this martial artist could walk in the end. If Yi Yuan cultivated Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's cultivation method, then it would be absolutely impossible for his accomplishments to surpass South Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. What Yi Yuan wanted was not just Empyrean or Heavenly Emperor realm. Regardless of whether or not there was a possibility of reaching the Tao Ancestor realm, he had to give it a try. Hence, that was why he thought of creating a cultivation method belonging to him. Looking at it now, the effects were still pretty good. Looks like wanting to break through to middle stage grotto profound. It still needs several hundred divine-grade divine essence pills. Right now, the divine essence pills are already depleted fully. Got to go out and refine anew, Yi Yuan said, helplessly. According to this degree of consumption, it was simply unimaginable in the future. When Yi Yuan showed up at the Myriad Treasure Tower, he discovered that inside the Myriad Treasure Tower, it was stark empty, the business seemingly very bleak. This situation made Yi Yuan very surprised. Even if his seclusion time was a little long, it was not to the extent of the Myriad Treasure Tower becoming like this either, right? Before he came, the Myriad Treasure Tower even contended with the other three great families. Ian, what's going on here? Why isn't there a single customer in the Myriad Treasure Tower? Yi Yuan said to Hong Yin, who was currently snoozing. Chapter 1342, Immortal Grove Shaken. Chapter 1342, Immortal Grove Shaken. At the Immortal Grove world, currently, a storm was arising. Traces of profound power were flowing between heaven and earth. The already decrepit Feng Tian suddenly opened both eyes, his eyes revealing rays of brilliant light. Senior! Bang! Fong Tian's door was directly burst open by someone from outside. Tung Yun's figure appeared in front of him. It was only to see Tung Yun having a look of wild ecstasy as he said, "Senior, do you feel it? We were finally able to break through to the deity realm." Fong Tian smiled and said, "That's right. Divine Tao laws have finally returned. The Immortal Grove region gained a new lease of life and came back to life. Most importantly, we've confirmed that Yi Yuan is still alive now." Just earlier, Fong Tian distinctly sensed that his realm that was unable to break through for several tens of thousands of years finally had a trace of loosening up. Over the years, he had long already seen through the secular world and severed that trace of thought. He never thought that right on his deathbed, the opportunity to become a deity actually descended upon him. To Fong Tian, breaking through to the deity realm was just lightly striding out the distance of a small step. This Immortal Grove region, he was bound to be the first martial artist to break through to the deity realm. Tingyun said excitedly, Yes, not only is Yi Yuan alive, but he's also living very well. Truly can't imagine. It's been less than 50 years, and he already regained heavenly Tao for the Immortal Grove region." Fong Tian had a look of relief and said, "Yeah, these few years, I've always been worried about Yi Yuan's safety and never thought about being able to break through to the deity realm. Yi Yuan really gave me a huge surprise." How could Fong Tian not be surprised? Once he broke through to the deity realm, his longevity would increase greatly. Living another 50,000 years was absolutely no issue. More importantly, with his cultivation realm comprehensions, breaking through to the heaven glimpse deity realm was also something sooner or later. At that time, his lifespan would still have an even greater increase. Yi Yuan really gave him a massive gift. Right at this time, a terrifying aura surged towards the sky. An overwhelmingly powerful divine beast pressure swept across the entire law enforcement hall. Fong Tian's brows raised up, and he said in surprise, "It's Senior Sky Distant. Come, go out and take a look." Up above in the sky, an enormous black tortoise divine beast blocked out the sun and covered the sky. A horrifying pressure spread out for tens of thousands of miles. Divine Tao laws finally returned. The thing that heaven took away from me back then finally still came back. Sky Distant's unbridled laughter was akin to waves of rolling thunder, rippling out, startling countless powerhouses. To others, even if heavenly Tao returned, it was also impossible for them to break through to the deity realm right away. But Sky Distant was originally a deity realm powerhouse. Heavenly Tao returning, he virtually returned to deity realm at the first moment. Furthermore, it was grand completion, heaven glimpse deity realm. White light, it's really great. Big brother Yuan, he's all right. The Lear, who had always been cool and quiet, was also somewhat at a loss on what to do at this time. These few decades, she was practically worrying about Yi Yuan every minute and second. All the way until today, a large boulder in her heart finally landed. White Light also had an excited look and said, we have to step up our cultivation. Otherwise, when we reach the Heavenspan world, we'll be dragging Big Brother down again. Heavenly Tao returning anew, I believe Big Brother's strength probably advanced by leaps and bounds in these few decades. Lear nodded her head, approving immensely in her heart. These few decades, she really did not cultivate properly before. Not that she did not want to, but that she was unable to calm her heart down all along. Now, she wished that she could enter closed seclusion straight away and cultivate, striving to break through to deity realm as soon as possible. At the Sval mountain range, land of exile, the ancestor here was the same as Sky Distant, also returning to the deity realm. Junior, you really gave birth to a fine son. I truly didn't expect that he actually really did it. Looks like him lifting the curse and letting the clansmen walk out of here is also just a matter of time, said the ancestor. But Ao Jun sighed slightly and said, it's been hard on him these few years. Ancestor smiled and said, you don't let your imagination run wild now. Heavenly Tao returning, you have to cultivate well. When you break through to the deity realm, you'll be able to resist a portion of the curse's strength, your lifespan increasing greatly. Otherwise, when Yuaner returns and discovers that his mother is already gone, wouldn't he poke a hole in the sky? Ao Jun giggled, being tickled by the ancestor too. Nodding, she smiled and said, what ancestor said is right. With his temper, he might really do that. While at this time, Kunwu looked in the direction of the world-locking gate and murmured, that boy really made it there safely. However, what on earth did he do there? It's just been 50 years. Could it be that he already broke through to the Divine Lord realm? That's impossible. Sigh, really envious of Dustless, that old fart, to be able to follow there. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan had to reach Divine Lord realm before he could deliver heavenly Tao and mystic Qi to the immortal Grove world through the two great Empyrean spirit treasures. But it had just been 50 years, and Yi Yuan did it. Only 50 years to break through from initial stage Grotto Profound to Divine Lord realm. This was simply nonsense. Ah, Sir Yi, you finally exited seclusion. Hong Yin was startled, only then realizing that it was Yi Yuan. She was extremely surprised. The closed seclusion this time reached a critical moment, so the time was a bit long. What's wrong with the Myriad Treasure Tower? Why isn't there a single customer in this hall? Yi Yuan asked, isn't it still the W.A.N.G. family? Ever since Sir took care of the W.A.N.G. family, they were very low profile. The first few years low-key until they were almost non-existent anymore. But later on, they invited a 2-star alchemy G. O. D from Brightrace City's main family, S. and T.C. hing away the Myriad Treasure Tower's glory all at once. These few years, our Myriad Treasure Tower was jointly suppressed by the City Lord Manor and W.A.N.G. family. We are already almost unable to hold on anymore, Hong Yin said urgently. 2-star alchemy G. O.D. had the W.A.N.G. family really played a big move to actually even move out a 2-star alchemy G. O.D. It looks like we were still too benevolent previously, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. With Yi Yuan's temperament, after the incident last time, he would have destroyed the W.A.N.G. family. However, Yi Yuan considered Jewel Hill City's situation and knew that once he made a move against the W.A.N.G. family, the City Lord Manor would definitely have to intervene, so he let them off. He did not expect that they did not repent and correct their mistakes. It went from bad to worse instead. Sir Yi, that 2-star alchemy G. O. D of theirs is very formidable. Not only did he push 4th divine-grade divine essence pills, he even rolled out heaven-grade tier, 1 middle-grade divine pills. They are trying to exterminate us once and for all. Hong Yin said indignantly, inviting a 2-star alchemy G. O. D already broke Jewel Hill City's unspoken rules. The Myriad Treasure Tower naturally could not fend off. Yi Yuan said curiously, the Myriad Treasure Tower is Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's business. Since the W.A.N.G. family invited a 2-star alchemy G. O. D, why doesn't Tower Lord Yang invite a 2-star alchemy G. O. D from the higher-ups? Hong Yin said helplessly when she heard this. Sir doesn't know this. Our Myriad Treasure Tower is very weak in the entire Wu Meng capital city area. Not only do we have to bear extremely heavy taxes, but there are also even all kinds of restrictions. Hence 2-star and above alchemy G. O, DS are all scarce resources. Normally, they are all allocated to some larger counties. These few years, Tower Lord has also requested from them, but Jewel Hill City, this kind of small place, the higher-ups simply just turned a blind eye and let us run our own course. Chapter 1343, Essence Cultivating Pill. Chapter 1343, Essence Cultivating Pill. Although he had long guessed a little, the myriad treasure tower being so miserable still made Yi Yuan very surprised. The myriad treasure tower was a heavenly emperor's business, to actually perform so miserably. So, we can only rely on our own efforts. Yi Yuan said. Hong Yi nodded helplessly and said, "It's this logic, but they have a 2-star alchemy G. O, D. We can't win this battle, no matter what." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "A 2-star alchemy G. O, D sounds impressive, but in Jewel Hill City, those that can use up to 2-star divine pills and can afford to use them, how many are there?" Hong Yin said, "But the W, A, N, G families tier 1 middle grade divine pills quality are all very high. They already squeezed us to the point of death." Yi Yuan said with a nod, "And tier 1 middle grade divine pills are indeed a problem. Looks like I'll have to break through earlier." Hong Yin was stupefied, somewhat uncertain what it meant. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "All right, I'll go and meet Tower Lord." "Oh, right. Is Miss Wanru still all right?" Mentioning Miss Wanru, Hong Yin smiled and said, "Couldn't be better. Miss Wanru's martial arts talent is really very incredible. Her strength already Serpa, as said mine now." Yi Yuan's brows shot up, and he said, "She improved so quickly?" Liang Wanru breaking through to the deity realm was also just a matter of these few decades. But Hong Yin was a deity realm powerhouse long ago. In a short few decades, Liang Wanru Serpa, as said Hong Yin, this kind of improvement speed could be described using terrifying. Hong Yin suddenly changed to a wistful expression and said, "Yeah, I'm already no longer Wanru's match now. I say, sir, you saved Wanru and also discarded her to one side without caring. It doesn't seem to be too good to her, right? Our Wanru thinks about you every day until she's infatuated." Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that, shook his head, and said, "Don't talk nonsense. This Ye's heart is long committed already. I saved Miss Wanru just because she's my savior and didn't mix in the feelings of men and women." Finished talking, Yi Yuan directly turned around and left, leaving Hong Yin behind with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan felt his head swell too. His own affairs had yet to be sorted out, did not expect to leave behind a love dead again here. It was just that Liang Wanru was his savior. Yi Yuan could not sit by idly and remain indifferent no matter what. He owed Li'er and Mu Lingxue too much and could no longer accommodate others in his heart. Looks like I'll have to reduce contact with Miss Wanru in the future. Otherwise, she'll probably fall deeper and deeper, Yi Yuan muttered to himself, helplessly. When Yang Rui saw Yi Yuan, it was like seeing a bright light in the darkness. "Oh my, younger brother Yi, if you still didn't leave seclusion, our myriad treasure tower would have to close down shop for good." Yang Rui pulled Yi Yuan and said, under this situation currently, Yi Yuan was his only hope. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Tower Lord need not worry. The myriad treasure towers matters. I've already learned from Hong Yin there." Yang Rui's gaze glinted. At first, it was a pleasant surprise. But very soon, it was doubt again as he said, "You really have a way? But it seems like there's still a very long way to go from the middle stage, grotto profound. Want a refined tier, 1 middle grade divine pills. 1 naturally required their strength to reach the middle grade grotto profound first. The disparity between deity realm powerhouses was too great. Wanting to leap realms and refine divine pills, that was virtually something impossible. After Yi Yuan cultivated the Chaos Heavenspan canon, his realm did not increase, but fell instead, looking almost the same as before he went into closed seclusion. Therefore, Yang Rui expressed doubt toward Yi Yuan's words. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Tower Lord Rest, assured. You just send the word out. Our Myriad Treasure Tower is going to roll out a brand new tier, 1 divine pills. The effects are double compared to the essence increasing pill, the price unchanged. Additionally, this kind of medicinal pill is available in all varieties, from low grade to divine grade." Every time Yi Yuan said a word, Yang Rui would be a degree shocked in his heart. Essence increasing pill was a medicinal pill that middle stage grotto profound used to cultivate. The medicinal efficacy was even greater than the divine essence pill. When martial artists took divine essence pills until it had no more effect, they would normally choose to buy essence increasing pills. The journey of cultivation, without the assistance of medicinal pills, it was as hard as ascending to heaven. Not many had Yi Yuan's heaven-defying means to be able to refine divine-grade medicinal pills unceasingly. Hence, they could only purchase higher-level medicinal pills. Talking solely on medicinal effects, the medicinal effects of divine-grade divine essence pills were about the same as high-grade essence increasing pills. However, divine-grade divine essence pills were much more expensive than high-grade essence increasing pills. The reason was that divine-grade medicinal pills could be consumed limitlessly. It was just that to the vast majority of martial artists, divine-grade medicinal pills were just of little help. Even if they could afford divine-grade divine essence pills, it was also not possible to consume it long-term. Therefore, divine-grade medicinal pills were generally just a gimmick. Those who really purchased them were actually not many. After W.A.N.G. Xianfeng came to the W.A.N.G. family, he rolled out several kinds of heaven-grade tier 1 middle-grade divine pills, which were naturally very popular. Jewel Hill City's alchemists purely had to hit the jackpot to refine heaven-grade divine pills. But Yi Yuan actually said that he was going to launch a brand new kind of tier 1 divine pills. This made Yang Rui shocked until his jaws dropped. "Younger brother Yi, you can't joke around with me, right? Double the effect of the essence increasing pill? Why have I never heard of such a medicinal pill before?" Yang Rui felt that Yi Yuan must be joking. Even in Wumeng capital city, the cultivation medicinal pills that middle stage grotto profound used were also essence increasing pills. He had never heard before what kind of medicinal pill's medicinal properties was double that of the essence increasing pill. Furthermore, the price was even the same as the essence increasing pill. This was truly too fantastical. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "It's also very normal for Tower Lord to not have heard of it before. This divine pill's name is called Essence Cultivating Pill. He saw this medicinal pill in a very ancient CLA's sick record. If Tower Lord feel worried about this Yi, then Tower Lord can also promote it again after waiting for this Yi to refine it." Yi Yuan giving Yang Rui a heads up right now was naturally in order to garner ALLS and let the essence cultivating pill's temperature heat up first. This way, it was naturally beneficial to the Myriad Treasure Tower's business. If launching it after refining, they would naturally lose the initiative in terms of time. Actually, this essence cultivating pill was not what Yi Yuan saw in some records. It was not even taught to him by Dustless. This essence cultivating pill was a pill formula Yi Yuan created when he entered Tao with alchemy. Yi Yuan never adhered rigidly to pill formulas when refining pills. The majority of alchemists, when refining pills, all of them refined according to pill formulas, familiarizing with the medicinal properties through pill formulas. But Yi Yuan's focus was always on the spirit medicines, comprehending pills formulas with spirit medicines as the foundation. If not for so, he would also be unable to create the Tao-defying pill, that kind of heaven-defying pill formula. When at the Immortal Grove region, he already created numerous pill formulas. Now Yi Yuan entered Tao with alchemy, creating the Chaos Heavenspan canon, this cultivation method. His understanding toward alchemy Tao also became even deeper. Coupled with that, he already fully grasped those several thousand kinds of Tier 1 spirit medicines' medicinal properties. Creating a few pill formulas was nothing much to Yi Yuan. The essence cultivating pill was one of them. Yang Rui's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Younger brother Yi, this brother doesn't mean that. Don't you misunderstood me. It's just that younger brother's words are too shocking. That's why this brother would be so astonished." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Tower Lord don't have to stand on ceremony. For this Yi to be able to have today, it was all thanks to the myriad treasure tower. This Yi isn't someone who shows ingrat. 1. Toot for kindness. Why would I get angry because of this small matter?" Chapter 1344. Giving it to you. Chapter 1344. Giving it to you. Did you guys hear? The Myriad Treasure Tower already let out the word. They are going to launch a new kind of medicinal pill called what again? Essence Cultivating Pill. Right. It's Essence Cultivating Pill. Goodness gracious. It's remarkable. I heard that this Essence Cultivating Pill's medicinal effects are double that of the Essence Increasing Pill. You believe that too? Do you think that it's selling cabbages at the market? Do you know what kind of concept double is? Makes sense. I reckon that it's the Myriad Treasure Tower can't sustain anymore, deliberately coming up with this gimmick to attract customers. Honestly speaking, our Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower is indeed a little weak. But in order to compete with the Myriad Treasure Tower, the WANG family benefited us, these bottom-level martial artists. Whether or not the Myriad Treasure Tower can stir up any wave, we'll just wait and see. The word that the Myriad Treasure Tower let out continued brewing in Jewel Hill City, but the majority of the people were not optimistic about the Myriad Treasure Tower. Essence Cultivating Pill, this medicinal pill, and, Body had heard of it before it all. At least within the entire Wumeng capital city's area, no one had heard of such a heaven-defying medicinal pill before. Even when Yang Rui heard Yi Yuan's words, he had a look of disbelief, let alone these ordinary martial artists. At the WANG family's residence, numerous high-level members were all scoffing at this matter. Elder Xian, in your opinion, how great are the chances of the Myriad Treasure Tower being able to bring out this essence cultivating pill? WANG Su asked. WANG Xianfeng stroked his beard and smiled, saying disdainfully, "In my view, not even 10%. The essence increasing pill's formula has been circulated in the Heavenspan world for no less than 100 million years. It had long been developed to the limits already. How can a medicinal pill even stronger than it possibly appears? Take 10,000 steps back. Even if that kid really has the ability to defy the heavens and improve the pill formula, increasing 5% on top of the current foundation is already reaching the acme of perfection. Double the medicinal efficacy. Nonsense." Hearing WANG Xuanfeng's words, the last trace of doubt in everyone's hearts also dissipated into nothing. Since that's the case, then it's the Myriad Treasure Tower that's at the end of its ropes. WANG Yuxiang said. WANG Xianfeng smiled and said, "I think they should be failing already. All these years, they have probably reached the limit already." WANG Ji Xuanfeng's words made everyone heave a long sigh of relief. This fierce battle that had lasted for close to 30 years could finally end. Finally, it still ended with the myriad treasure tower's defeat. W.A.N. Ji Yuxiang said joyfully, squeezing away the myriad treasure tower. It was all thanks to Sir Su and Elder Xian. Once the myriad treasure tower leaves, Sir Su and Elder Xian's cultivation resources will be fully covered by Jewel Hill City's branch family. Hoo-hoo, Elder Yuxiang don't need to be courteous. Jewel Hill City's branch family and Bright Ray City's main family are of the same breath and branch, bound together for good or ill. W.A.N. Jisoo said with a laugh. W.A.N. Ji Yuxiang was slightly fearful in his heart, secretly alarmed by this W.A.N. Jisoo's experience and cunningness. These words sounded like it was refusing and also like accepting, leaving you scratching your head. It was equivalent to not saying anything, but not saying was equivalent to saying it. Bright Ray's city's main family's young generation, the Compet. One, time was very fierce too. For W.A.N. Jisoo to want to charge out of the heavy encirclement, it inevitably could not dispense with the support of resources from all around. Therefore, saying these words were actually equivalent to accepting Jewel Hill City's branch families drawing closer. W.A.N. Ji Yuxiang was a figure who became shrewd with age as well. He naturally would not fail to discern the meaning of W.A.N. Jisoo's words. Sir Su, Elder Xian, once the myriad treasure tower falls, our Jewel Hill City branch family's grudge can be avenged. A glimmer of cold light flashed across in W.A.N. Ji Yuxiang's eyes. W.A.N. Ji Xianfeng smiled and said, "That is, of course. That kid is merely a guest alchemist. With the two of us around, Yang Rui won't dare to be impudent too." Once the myriad treasure tower withdrew, Yi Yuan would be a rootless duckweed. How he was to be needed, wasn't it still up to others? The W.A.N. G family had two mighty heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouses. Wasn't dealing with a Yi Yuan capturing with ease. Half a month later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion. When Yang Rui saw Yi Yuan, he could not help jumping in fright, an expression like having seen a ghost. How did you break through? Half a month ago, Yi Yuan was clearly still a long way off from middle stage Grotto Profound. Half a month later, he broke through? This kind of speed was also a little too fast, right? Ordinary martial artists cultivating from initial stage Grotto Profound to middle stage Grotto Profound. It needed several thousand years, no matter what. Even geniuses with exceedingly good talent, extremely powerful cultivation methods, under the ACCU, mulation of large quant. 1. Ties of medicinal pills. It also needed to expend several hundred years' time. Before leaving seclusion, the last time, Yi Yuan's cultivation speed was not so astonies. Plussing yet. But this time, it was truly a bit too fast. Breaking through in 15 days. Could it be that there was no bottleneck? Yi Yuan smiled and said, had some enlightenment during the previous closed seclusion. The closed seclusion, this time, broke through the bottleneck in one shot. Tower Lord knows it. Not only do I have divine-grade divine essence pills on me, but also there are even divine-grade essence cultivating pills. Yang Rui trembled all over, and he said in surprise, "You really refined the essence cultivating pill." Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Could it be that Tower Lord really thought that I was joking with you? You look." A small medicinal bottle appeared in Yi Yuan's hand. Upon opening, medicinal fragrance overflowed. Such plentiful medicinal strength. Yang Rui received the medicinal pill with pleasant surprise and examined it carefully. When laying eyes on this essence-cultivating pill for the first time, Yang Rui was incomparably certain in his heart that the myriad treasure tower would survive. Even though it was impossible to judge the strength of the medicinal strength from the appearance, that abundant medicinal strength filled him with confidence. "Younger brother, can I try it?" Yang Rui asked with some agitation. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course you can." Yang Rui sent the medicinal pill into his mouth with a slight flus tur. Once the medicinal entered the mouth, a surge of majestic medicinal strength instantly filled the whole body. He clearly felt his divine essence that had not moved for a long time actually have a slight trace of increase. This discovery made Yang Rui incomparably shocked. Logically speaking, with his realm, this level of medicinal pill was already completely useless to him. Even if Yi Yuan claimed that this medicinal pill's medicinal efficacy was double of the essence increasing pill, but that sort of feeling absolutely would not be wrong. His divine essence really had a slight trace of increase. When the Su Lin Pu by the side saw that the expression on Yang Rui's face was extremely fascinating, he could not resist asking, "How is it, Tower Lord?" Yang Rui ignored him, but turned towards Yi Yuan with a look of wild ecstasy, and said, "Younger brother Yi, you're really exceptional. I can be sure that as soon as this medicinal pill is rolled out, probably the entire Heavenspan world will go crazy because of it. This essence-cultivating pill truly brings benefits to the entire Heavenspan world's bottom-level martial artists." Su Lin Pu's expression changed, sighing with amazement. The weight of Yang Rui's words were too heavy, benefiting the entire Heavenspan world. It could be seen that this medicinal pill was absolutely heaven-defying to the max. This evaluation was too high, but Yi Yuan smiled and fished out a jade slip, saying with a smile, "This is the essence-cultivating pill's pill formula. I'll give it to Tower Lord." These few years, this Yi received the myriad treasure tower's great grace. "I have nothing to repay it with. I'll use this essence-cultivating pill's pill formula as payment." Yang Rui's entire body trembled, using an extremely skeptical gaze to look at Yi Yuan, and said, "Younger brother Yi, you aren't joking, right? Do you really not know what this essence-cultivating pill means?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's precisely because I know it. Hence, that's why I'm giving it to Tower Lord." Chapter 1345. Sold out. Chapter 1345. Sold out. Yang Rui gave Yi Yuan a profound glance and found that Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a smile. He was startled inwardly and understood very quickly why Yi Yuan did it. This boy has such meticulous thoughts. Gifting pill formula. This move is simply beautiful to the extreme. Yang Rui praised Yi Yuan in his heart. Even Yang Rui could discern the significance of this pill formula. So how could the others not perceive it? Once this essence-cultivating pill spread out, it would definitely be like a plague, spreading throughout the entire Heavenspan world. That way, the essence-cultivating pill was not only not a good thing to Yi Yuan, but it also became a hot potato instead. So much so that it would invite a fatal disaster. But if the myriad treasure tower possessed the essence-cultivating pill's pill formula, it was completely different. The myriad treasure tower was Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's business. People who dared to have ideas on his business were really not many. Even those true powerhouses would not find trouble with Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure because of a measly little tier, one middle-grade pill formula either. This first point was Yi Yuan's wise and discreet self-preserving move. The second point, just as Yi Yuan said himself, it was in order to repay the kindness. It was just that this big gift was a little too heavy. Once the essence-cultivating pill is released, the myriad treasure tower would definitely be able to sweep across Jewel Hill City like Cruise. Plussing dead leaves. and Yang Rui contributing the pill formula to the Myriad Treasure Tower would definitely obtain the upper echelon's substantial rewards. This favor could not be said to not be big. Of course, Yang Rui understood that if it was in order to keep discreetly out of harm's way, Yi Yuan could completely not take this pill formula out. As long as he did not take it out, everything had nothing to do with Yi Yuan. This way, it was sufficient to see that Yi Yuan was someone who valued relations. I plus PS greatly. He only took out such a bomb. L in order to save the Myriad Treasure Tower. Yang Rui sucked in a deep breath and said, "Younger brother Yi, I understand. In the future, we'll address each other as brothers. This favor, elder brother, I received it." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then I'll be haughty and call Brother Yang. Brother Yang, this essence cultivating pill's refinement is rather difficult. If Elder Song has any areas he doesn't understand, you can have him come find me." Yang Rui nodded and said, "Okay, no problem." Elder Song was the new one-star alchemy G. D that upstairs sent. It was just that after he came, it did not change the Myriad Treasure Tower's predicament at all. C came late again. You bunch of animals, it's also too early, right? The Myriad Treasure Tower is going to release another batch of essence cultivating pill today. Not coming earlier, can't even drink a mouthful of soup. I'll give you 50 divine essence stones. You give your place to me. How's that? Screw off. Wanna buy my place with just 50 divine essence stones. 500, not a single piece fewer. Furthermore, after you buy the essence cultivating pill, you must share with me one I'll buy at the original price. Go to HELLU. As soon as the essence cultivating pill rolled out, it was immediately like a tornado, instantly sweeping across the entire Jewel Hill city. The Myriad Treasure Tower's door was almost burst open. Yi Yuan made use of that half a month's time and refined a large batch of essence cultivating pills. The rest, he did not care. In operations, Yang Rui and Su Linpu were clearly much more experienced than him. The two people formulated a series of promotion tricks, recruiting 3 groups of martial artists outside to test the pill for free. In the first batch, quite a number of people harbored doubtful attitudes. Those who really came to test the pill were not many, but it was precisely after this first batch of people tested the pill, the essence cultivating pill's reputation blew up in one go. The essence cultivating pill was a brand new kind of medicinal pill. Consuming this medicinal pill the first time, the effects were the most apparent. Even though everyone doubted the essence cultivating pill's medicinal effects, the people who paid attention were a lot. After all, the Myriad Treasure Tower already let out the big talk. But after the few people testing the pill consumed the essence cultivating pill, the results were immediate, their auras surging immensely on the spot. This kind of effect was absolutely what the essence increasing pill could not attain. The people who tested the pills were like having picked up a treasure, all incomparably excited. With this, it stirred up everyone's appetite. Hence the slots for the second batch and third batch of pill testing. Everyone went crazy. Someone auctioned it off at a high price when they obtained the slot to test the pills. It was said that the highest price was auctioned at 10,000 pieces of low-grade divine essence stones. After 3 batches of pill testing, the Myriad Treasure Tower's sales immediately became explosive to the max. A never-before explosive. Same price, but medicinal effect was double of the essence increasing pill. Who would still go and buy the essence increasing pill? Hence, not just the W-A-N-G family inside the Liu family and Lin family shops. It virtually became completely deserted overnight. W-A-N-G N, G family, everyone all became ants on a hot pan, all going in circles, anxiously. Elder Xian, didn't you say that it was absolutely impossible for the essence cultivating pill to exist? Now, we don't have any response measures at all, and our very sieve. W. A. N. G. Su grumbled. W. A. N. G. Schwanfing's face was also very ugly. Of course, even more it was an Imbara. As Sment, he said with certainty previously, declaring that it was absolutely impossible for the Myriad Treasure Tower to refine whatever essence cultivating pill. Now, this face was smacked resoundingly loud. In reality, W.A.N. Jisoo knew that even if the W.A.N. G family responded in advance, facing the essence cultivating pill's powerful offensive, they were still at a complete loss as to what to do. This can't blame me either. Do you all know what this essence cultivating pill's appearance means? W.A.N. G Xianfeng said. It means that our Jewel Hill City's branch family can't hold on anymore. W.A.N. G Su said crossly these few decades, in order to challenge the Myriad Treasure Tower, the W.A.N. G family's expenditures were tremendous too. They were originally planning on dominating Jewel Hill City after exhausting the Myriad Treasure Tower to death. But they did not expect that they did not exhaust the Myriad Treasure Tower to death, but instead let the Myriad Treasure Tower deal a head-on blow. This blow was too vicious. It might directly smack them to death. W.A.N. G Xianfeng smiled coldly and said, Foolice. H. Plus W.A.N. G Su, your horizons are too shallow. How can you take on major responsibilities in the future? In my view, this essence cultivating pill's appearance is going to affect the entire Heavenspan world. Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure will make use of this medicinal pill to S countless riches. W.A.N. G Su smiled coldly and said, Ha, Elder Su, do you think I haven't considered this point? It's just, do you feel that that boy named Yi Yuan will hand over the pill formula? This pill formula's value simply can't be estimated. Facing such huge profits, who would easily spit it out? W.A.N. G Xianfeng froze. He did not think of this layer. W.A.N. G Su looked at W.A.N. G Xianfeng and continued, Therefore, this kid is digging his own grave. Don't look at how they are rejoicing right now. Before long, that boy and the Myriad Treasure Tower will definitely lose all decorum. When the time comes, haha. Hearing W.A.N. G Su's A.N.A. Lysis made W.A.N. G Xianfeng and the rest kindle hope once more. W.A.N. G Yuxiang said, Then Sir Su's meaning is, we continue to hold until they fall out. W.A.N. G Su nodded his head and said, That's right. W.A.N. G Yuxiang's expression was ugly as he said, But our Jewel Hill City's branch family can't compete with the Myriad Treasure Tower's vast wealth after all. These few years, we've already depleted all of our resources. Continuing to stall, I'm afraid that the Myriad Treasure Tower hasn't fallen, and our W.A.N. G family will collapse first. W.A.N. G Su had stayed in Jewel Hill City for several decades and naturally had an understanding of the W.N. G family's financial resources. He thought about it and said, These 2 days I'll ask for help from the main family. Have them support Jewel Hill City's branch family. The war is already fought until now. Just see who can last longer. Chapter 1346, A Lucky Chance. Chapter 1346, A Lucky Chance. Elder Feng, how is it you refined it? The one asking was Wu Meng Capital City's Myriad Treasure Tower's Han Tian. The old man opposite him was the Myriad Treasure Tower's chief alchemist, 3-star alchemy master, Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng shook his head and said with a bitter smile, This old man has cultivated alchemy Tao for tens of thousands of years. I've never thought that I actually can't even refine a tier 1 middle grade divine pill. Han Tian's shock was by no means insignificant, and he said, "Failed? This is impossible, right? A mere tier 1 middle grade divine pill. Even you, this peak 3-star alchemy G.O.D. actually can't refine it?" Half a month ago, Han Tian received the essence cultivating pill formula that Jewel Hill City's myriad treasure tower transported over through back channels. After receiving Yang Rui's intel, Han Tian immediately realized a huge business opportunity. Hence, he started mobilizing Wumeng capital city's myriad treasure tower's alchemists and started refining the essence cultivating pill according to the pill formula. But he discovered very quickly that he was too naive. Although the myriad treasure tower was short on manpower, there were still some 2-star alchemy G.O.D.S. But among these 2-star alchemy G.O.D.S., there was actually not a single person capable of refining the essence cultivating pill. In amazement, Han Tian found a 3-star alchemy G.O.D. to refine. The result was still the same. In the end, Han Tian, who was out of options, finally engaged 3-star alchemy G.O.D. Xiao Feng. But what astonished him was that even Xiao Feng actually failed. Was this essence cultivating pill so hard to refine? Xiao Feng let out a sigh and said, "This pill formula seizes the good fortune of heaven and earth. If without extremely deep comprehensions toward alchemy Tao, it's impossible to refine one. This old man is still lacking some level of attainment. Actually, he was already very close to success. It was just too bad that no matter what, he could not break through that final checkpoint." When Han Tian heard these words, he could not help losing heart. When he just obtained the essence cultivating pill's pill formula, he even thought that he picked up a treasure. But looking at it now, it was purely of little value. If it could not be refined, what could be done even if this pill formula was any more impressive? I didn't expect that it was actually drawing water with a sieve. "Sigh," Han Tian said helplessly. Xiao Feng thought about it and said, "Tower Lord, I have an idea." Han Tian said, listlessly, "What idea Elder Feng has, feel free to say." Xiao Feng said, "I wish to make a trip to Jewel Hill City." Han Tian froze and hurriedly shook his head and said, "This isn't appropriate, right? Elder Feng, your status is exalted. How can you condescend your exalted self to that kind of secular place? You want to meet that guest alchemist called Yi Yuan, right? If you wish to meet, I'll just send people to fetch him here." To them, Jewel Hill City, this sort of place was not worth them heading there at all. But Xiao Feng shook his head and said, "That's not right, Tower Lord. As it goes, those who reached first can teach. Since that Yi Yuan already refined the essence cultivating pill, it indicates that his understanding of alchemy must be deeper than mine. At least on the refinement of tier 1 divine pills, I'm inferior to him. This kind of figure is bound to surpass this old man in the future. We should give him adequate courtesy. Such a genius, once employed by our myriad treasure tower. He'll definitely be a pillar of the myriad treasure tower in the future." Han Tian thought about it and said with a nod, "Elder Feng's words make sense. Then, I'll have to trouble Elder Feng to make a trip. If possible, you must bring him to Wumeng capital city." Xiao Feng said, "Hoo-hoo, not a trouble at all. I have a feeling that perhaps this trip is a lucky chance for me." Half a year's time said in a twinkle since the myriad treasure tower launched the essence cultivating pill. In this half a year's time, the shops of W, A, and G family, Lin family, and Lu family were all completely devoid of people. The launch of the essence cultivating pill was a virtually catastrophic blow to them. The Lin family and Lu family were still a little better. But the W.A.N.G. family was already spending more than they earned. The Myriad Treasure Tower and Yi Yuan split that W.A.N.G. Su said with certainty they kept failing to see it. This half a year's time, Yi Yuan spent it very cozily. Apart from refining a batch of essence cultivating pill every day, it was cultivating inside the world-suppressing steels, S.P.A.C. comprehending concepts. This half a year also made Yang Rui crazy with delight. The Myriad Treasure Tower could be described with the saying bringing in bushels of gold daily. Every day, Yang Rui was immersed in the midst of shock. He had a score in his heart. The divine essence stones that the Myriad Treasure Tower earned in this half a year could virtually be placed in the same category as Brightray's city, that kind of large county. Finally, the W.A.N.G. family could not sit still anymore. At this time, W.A.N.G. Su was currently at Jewel Hill City's City Lord Manor. Hoo-hoo, younger brother W.A.N.G. Su, how have you been? I heard that your brother W.A.N.G. Song already broke through to late-stage Heaven Glimpse, right? City Lord Chun Yong-yen said with a laugh. W.A.N.G. Su smiled and said, Brother Chen's intel is very up-to-date. His breakthrough was also a thing of last year. Chun Yong-yen said with an envious look, W.A.N.G. Song's talent is exceedingly high and also has the W.A.N.G. family as a backer. Unlike us impoverished people, we have got to be busy with secular affairs every day. W.A.N.G. Su smiled and said, Brother Chun, you're the lord of a city wielding great power in your hands. Other people are all too envious. Chun Yongyan chuckled and said, Younger brother W.A.N.G. Su coming this time. It's not for no reason, right? W.A.N.G. Su silently cursed this sly old fox, but he still had a smile on his face as he said, That is, of course, but the matter of cultivation, Brother Chin doesn't have to worry either. As long as Jewel Hill City's W.A.N.G. family pulls through this crisis, Brother Chen's cultivation will be covered by Elder Yuxiang. Don't you agree? W.A.N.G. Yuxiang by the side hurriedly said, That is, of course. In the past, it was our W.A.N.G. family who couldn't do it. We hope that City Lord, Your Excellency, is magnanimous enough to forgive us. This time, our W.A.N.G. family prepared a slight gift. Just take it as an apology. W.A.N.G. Yuxiang's heart was dripping blood. Even if the W.A.N.G. family tides over this disaster, the largest share of their income in the future would probably have to be used to pay tributes. W.A.N.G. Su, W.A.N.G. Xianfeng, and now, throwing in another Qin Yongnian, this expenditure was too great. Grotto Profound Deity, Realm Martial Artists were still a little better, but W.A.N.G. Xianfeng and Qin Yongnian were both Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm Martial Artists. Their expenditure to the W.A.N.G. family, the pressure was still huge. But compared to the W.A.N.G. family collapsing entirely, clearly this result he could still accept. All of this was brought by Yi Yuan, that punk. W.A.N.G. Yuxiang had long hated Yi Yuan to the bones in his heart. This Qin Yongnian was Wu Meng Academy's same-year students with W.A.N.G. Su's elder brother, W.A.N.G. Song. Wu Meng Academy was Wu Meng Capital City's government-managed school. The students that graduated from here were mostly dukes or princes of a region, representing the various major counties managed by Wu Meng Capital City. After the two people came out of Wu Meng Academy, one came to the remote Jewel Hill City to be city lord, while the other became deputy city lord at Brightrace City. Although one was head and one was deputy, because the cities were different, their statuses were naturally different too. W, A, N, G Song, this deputy city lord, had a higher position and more authority compared to Chen Yongnian, this city lord. Furthermore, W, A, N, G Song broke through to the late stage heaven glimpse first. Later on, he might even be placed in an important position in Wumeng capital city. To talk about this Chen Yongnian, he was also an extremely shrewd and wily old fox. The myriad treasure tower and W, A, N, G family's struggle, he naturally took it into his sights, but bade his time all along, waiting for the W, A, N, G family to come and find him. Now, the W, A, N, G family indeed could not hold on anymore. Even though he was the city lord, the various major families' taxes, he had to turn it over to higher authorities. The city lord manor still had enormous expenditures. What he could have from the leftover was naturally not much. Hence, that was why he would use this kind of method to make the W, A, N, G family take the initiative to pay tributes to him. These were filling his own pockets. Ho, Elder Yuxiang is too courteous. You all coming to find this city lord this time, is it because of the myriad treasure towers matters? Only now did Chen Yongnian lay his cards on the table. Chapter 1347. You don't say, how would I know? Chapter 1347. You don't say, how would I know? A banquet with hidden dangers. Yi Yuan, this banquet, you mustn't go. Yang Rui said solemnly. At this time, Yang Rui and Yi Yuan both received an invitation in their hands. These two invitations were issued by City Lord Manor. The four families fought for so long, City Lord Manor had always remained silent. This time, they were finally making a move. It was just that Yi Yuan received an invitation too. This made Yang Rui very uneasy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, just go. Why shouldn't I go? They are aiming at the essence cultivating pill. If I don't go, this matter will probably never end. Yang Rui naturally knew that they were aiming at the essence cultivating pill. But if Yi Yuan went, he felt uneasy. Those going this time were all experts. He could not protect Yi Yuan by himself. I know, but I'm afraid that this invitation will be detrimental to you. Yang Rui said, no way, right? This time, it's the city lord coming forward personally. No matter how courageous their few families are, they also don't dare to act wildly in front of the city lord, right? Yi Yuan said puzzledly. Yang Rui sighed and said, you don't know this. That W, A, N, G Su, who came from the W, A, N, G family's main family. His elder brother came out of Wumeng Academy with City Lord Chen Yongnian. Before you exited seclusion, the City Lord Manor actually suppressed us directly and indirectly. The intentions are already very obvious. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he said, you're saying that they are acting in collusion, all targeting us. Yang Rui nodded and said, if barring no accidents, it should be so. Hence, for the sake of your safety, you'd better not go. The complexity of Jewel Hill City's situation exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. However, this could not scare him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, since they are already riding on top of our heads, we can't avoid it no matter what. Not going today, they will always have a way to come and find trouble again. Rather than that, might as well take this opportunity. Everybody lay it out on the table, that's better. Yang Rui said anxiously, goodness, why are you so obstinate? That city lord Chen Yongnian is a middle-stage heaven glimpse powerhouse. Once he steels his heart to deal with you, I can't stop him. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Tower Lord is overly concerned. even if they have that layer of relations. H, I plus P. I think the city lord won't make a move without careful consideration too. After all, his ident. 1. Tie his place there. Unable to persuade Yi Yuan, Yang Rui still brought him over. He could only place his hopes that Chun Yongnian could have misgivings about the myriad treasure tower's prestige, and not dare to make a move against Yi Yuan. The city lord manor's main hall was very large. The banquet was very sumptuous too. That young city lord on the seat of honor also wore a broad smile. He looked like he had a good relations. H, I plus P with everyone. It was only after 3 rounds of drinking had Pa S said, did Chun Yongnian bring up the topic. Thank you all for giving this city lord this face to be able to come to the city lord manor and get together. Everyone, all present here, are my Jewel Hill City's pillars of strength. Everyone says that if enmity is not settled amicably, there is no end to it. Doesn't everyone agree? Chun Yongnian's gaze swept over everyone's faces one by one. Everyone immediately felt immense pressure. Even Yang Rui felt tremendous pressure too. City Lord, Your Excellency is right. Lu family's old head said with a smile. That's right, that's right. Everyone says that amiability brings wealth. Ha! Lin family's old head also concurred. But W.A.N. Ji Su smiled faintly and said, what Brother Chun says is right. Jewel Hill City is everybody's, not one family's. It's not good to be overbearing. Chun Yongnian looked towards Yang Rui and said with a smile, Tower Lord Yang, what say you? Yang Rui's expression was rather ugly as he smiled slightly awkwardly and said, this, he was very reluctant. When the Myriad Treasure Tower was about to go out of business back, then, why didn't you, Chun Yongnian, say so? Now that the W.A.N.G. family was collapsing, you came forward to posture? Except the pressure that Chun Yongnian gave him was too great. He had no choice but to lower his head. Strength was one aspect. More importantly, what Chun Yongnian represented was Wu Meng capital city. Yang Rui's words reached the tip of his tongue, but he was interrupted by Yi Yuan. Delicious. Too delicious. TSK, TSK. City Lord Manor is indeed not an ordinary place. The taste of this dish is excellent. Yi Yuan smacked his lips, enjoying it greatly. In this situation, the Lin family's family head, Lin Zaiqian, Lu family's Lu Jinghao, as well as W.A.N. Ji Lingbo could only stand at one side. But Yi Yuan was sitting carelessly to Yang Rui's right, eating and drinking to his heart's content. Chun Yongnian's brows furrowed, his gaze sweeping towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan directly ignored him and only cared about his eating. Chun Yongnian felt his fist land on cotton, feeling very uncomfortable. Even the initial stage, heaven glimpse, Yang Rui yielded. This punk actually deliberately came out to cause trouble. Yi Yuan, could it be that you have objections towards this city lord's words? Chun Yongnian said with a frown. It was only after hearing his name being called did Yi Yuan raise his head. He looked towards Chun Yongnian, saying with a blank look, City Lord, Your Excellency, did you say something just now? Your dishes are too delicious. I didn't hear. Pretend. Carry on feigning. When he spoke just now, the entire main hall could hear. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could not hear it. But, got to say, Yi Yuan was a very crucial figure today. Otherwise, he would not specially give him a seat either. Chun Yongnian reined in his temper and said, this city lord said earlier, everyone is in the same city and meet frequently. If enmity is not settled amicably, there is no end to it. Don't you say so? Yi Yuan was thrilled the moment he heard and said with a smile, Enemy? Who's the enemy? My enemy, Sup 1/Sup is Drunken Wind in's Little Red. Could it be that City Lord knows this Yi likes this and called her here too? Drunken Wind in was Jewel Hill City's largest brothel. This Yi Yuan still knew, but Little Red was him talking nonsense. Chun Yongnian was nearly angered until he had internal injuries. This guy was clearly inserting dialogue for comic relief on purpose. Yang Rue sweated profusely as he listened by the side, while W, A, N, Jisoo and the rest had gloating faces. Offending the city lord in Jewel Hill City was not some wise move. Chun Yongnian gave a cold snort, but said to Yang Rue, "Tower Lord Yang, this city lord only hosted this banquet on account of everybody's contributions to Jewel Hill City for many years and let everyone bury the hatchet. Is this your myriad treasure towers, ATT? I tood?" This cold snort, Chun Yongnian used the aura of middle stage Heaven Glimpse. The impetus was very shocking. Yang Rue's expression changed, and he was just about to speak, but was intercepted by Yi Yuan, who said, "Ha! Turns out what City Lord is talking about is this. Say it earlier. You don't say, how would I know? Burying the hatchet is good. I wonder what brilliant idea, City Lord, Your Excellency has." Chun Yongnian was just about to suppress Yang Rue with ruthless means and force him to submit. But having Yi Yuan cause a disturbance like this, he almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Yi Yuan brought him around a roundabout and circled back again. Wasn't this messing with him? However, Chun Yongnian did not wish to make things too unpleasant either. It was true that he was targeting the Myriad Treasure Tower today, but he would try his best not to make a move to the best of his ability. To actually employing martial strength was a problem too. After all, the Myriad Treasure Tower was not to be trifled with as well. This was a heavenly Emperor powerhouse's business. Chun Yongnian endured his anger, snorted coldly, and slowly said, "I have an idea. Everyone, we discuss it a bit, see if it works or not. Tower Lord, if there's money to make, everybody should earn them together. Don't you think so? Your Myriad Treasure Tower's essence cultivating pill is too tyrannical. This way, everybody doesn't have means of subsistence anymore. Why not you all take out the essence cultivating pill's selling rights and share some with the W, A, N, G, Lin, and Lu, 3 families?" Chapter 1348, The Greatest Benevolence. Chapter 1348, The Greatest Benevolence, Bullying People Too Far. The moment Chun Yongnian's voice faded, Yang Rue quickly stood up with a look of unrestrained rage. This request was seriously too much. Today, this was clearly a treacherous plot. Chun Yongnian brought the 3 great families to force an abdication. "Tower Lord Yang, don't get agitated. Sit down and talk. Seeing Yang Rue did not sit down, a surge of powerful aura released from Chun Yongnian's body, oppressing Yang Rue. In an instant, Yang Rue felt immense pressure. The strength of middle stage Heaven Glimpse was much stronger than initial stage Heaven Glimpse. Yang Rue did not have any leeway to resist in front of him at all. Just as Yang Rue could not bear the pressure and was about to plop his bottom down, Yi Yuan slowly stood up. A wave of faintly discernible aura slowly rose. Chun Yongnian's face changed, his gaze looking towards Yi Yuan with astonishment. This aura of Yi Yuan's was not cultivation realm suppression, but contained a kind of Tao concept. Under Yi Yuan's surge of aura, Chun Yongnian's aura actually had a feeling of imminent collapse. Chun Yongnian was greatly astonished. If the standoff continued, his Tao heart would collapse. Chun Yongnian withdrew his aura. The pressure on Yang Rue's body suddenly eased up. But his gaze turned toward Yi Yuan in astonishment. "City Lord, Your Excellency, things can be talked through. Overwhelming people with power like this isn't good, right?" Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Everyone all looked at Yi Yuan with a solemn look. A middle stage grotto profound actually made a middle stage heaven glimpses, aura give a wide berth. This was truly too outrageous to hear. Yi Yuan's aura originated from the lesser heavenspan mountain. It also originated from the chaos heavenspan canon. Yi Yuan's cultivation method was a terrifying existence that triggered the entire heavenspan world's abnormal activity. Using cultivation realm pressure in front of him, wasn't it looking for a pummeling? This city lord making him sit down. Isn't it in order to discuss properly? It was Tower Lord Yang who got agitated on his own. This city lord convened everyone together in order to discuss a good countermeasure. Chun Yongnian found a way out for himself. However, this could not conceal his inner shock. Only then did he know that this middle-stage grotto profound boy in front of him seemed to be even more troublesome than Yang Rui. Yi Yuan gave Yang Rui a look, motioning for him to sit down. He then smiled and said, "City Lord, Your Excellency, don't blame Visi for saying unpleasant things. It's truly that you're demanding an exorbitant price. The profits of the essence cultivating pill. Everybody is aware. Their 3 families don't need to do anything and want to have a piece of the pie. How can there be such a good thing in the world? We also didn't say do nothing. What conditions there are, you all feel free to state them. Otherwise, if you really press the 3 of our families, the Myriad Treasure Towers business can also forget about operating any further." W.A.N. Jisoo said coolly. These words were rather shameless. Use one's B-U-T to think, and the person would also know that what W.A.N. Jisoo was referring to was definitely some despicable methods. The meaning was, if I have a hard time, you all can also forget about having a good time. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "That's more like it. Since you want to negotiate, you naturally have to bring out sufficient sincerity. As long as you all are willing to offer enough price, it's also not like this essence cultivating pill can't be given you all." Yi Yuan's words made everyone's eyes light up. Of course, apart from Yang Rui. "Yi Yuan, Yang Rui said anxiously. The reason why the Myriad Treasure Tower could run a monopoly was because of the essence cultivating pill's advantage. If they gave the selling rights to the other 3 families, their advantage would be all gone. Unless it was a last resort, he absolutely would not agree. Yi Yuan gave him a look, indicating for him to hold his horses. W.A.N. Jisoo forcefully suppressed the wild elation in his heart and said calmly, "What conditions there are, feel free to list them. As long as it's not too overboard. I believe everyone won't refuse. Everyone is all in Jewel Hill City. Mutual benefits and coordinate development is the right path." Half a year Pa-S said, the essence cultivating pill's reputation already gradually spread to other places. Right now, many other cities' martial artists would also rush to Jewel Hill City without paying heed to the distance, in order to buy the essence cultivating pill. At present, the essence cultivating pill's price rose again and again. But the people coming to buy the medicinal pill were still going after it like a flock of ducks. This medicinal pill's profits were too great. How could W.A.N. Jisoo not be delighted? Not just him. The other 2 families' old heads also revealed expressions of wild ecstasy on their faces. They never thought that Yi Yuan actually agreed so easily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "My condition isn't overboard at all. To you all, it's merely a matter of lifting a finger." Hearing these words, the 3 families' hearts eased up. It seemed like the Myriad Treasure Tower was still afraid of the City Lord Manor in the end. Yi Yuan paused for a bit, but his gaze looked toward W.A.N. Lingbo and said indifferently, "His life exchange for the essence cultivating pill's selling rights. How is it? It's a good deal, right?" The rest were still okay, but the W, A, and G families' people's faces all changed drastically. W, A, and G Lingbo even pointed at Yi Yuan angrily and said, "Brat, what do you mean, W?" And Ji Su's face fell, and he said, "Are you making a fool out of our three families?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said smilingly, "This is already my greatest sincerity." At the Yin Wind Den, the W, A, and Ji family's three great elders hunted Luo Jian and me down. Don't tell me that this wasn't your idea. Every injustice had its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. It's already my greatest benevolence to not let the W, A, and G family be buried in death. Previously, Yi Yuan was afraid of breaking Jewel Hill City's balance and made things difficult for the Myriad Treasure Tower. That was why he would spare W, A, and Ji Lingbo's life, with his temper, directly exterminating the W, A, and G family back then was also not impossible. But now, these few families were already riding on top of his head. How could Yi Yuan possibly show mercy to him? Make my W, A, and G family be buried in death. Your esteemed self has such high-sounding sentiments. With just the likes of you, a middle-stage grotto profound. W, A, and Ji Yuxiang said with a cold sneer. Yi Yuan, everyone said that if enmity is not settled amicably, there is no end to it. Even though the W, A, and G family sent people to hunt you down back then, you're safe and sound right now, while their elders are all dead. This is also considered evening up. Give this city lord face and drop this matter at that, all right? Qin Yongyan finally spoke up. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "The essence cultivating pills profits. There's no need for me to say no more. I just have this one condition. Agree, everything can be discussed. Disagree, then there's no need to discuss anymore." Yi Yuan's casual sentence sealed off all of the retreat paths. The atmosphere instantly fell to a freezing point, becoming peculiar. Yang Rui was expressionless, but in his heart, he prostrated in admiration toward Yi Yuan. This move was played too beautifully, directly kicking the ball back to the other party. W, A, and Ji Lingbo's weight was not light nor heavy, just nice. If it were W, A, and Ji Yuxiang, then it would appear too insincere. W, A, and Ji Lingbo was merely a grotto-profound realm martial artist and did not count as much, but he was also the W, A, and G family's present family head, his status being extraordinary. At this time, all of the focal points were gathered onto W, A, and Ji Lingbo, especially Lu and Lin, two families' old heads. Their gazes faintly looked towards him. What was even more D, A, M, Nabal was that W, A, and Ji Su's gaze also wittingly or unwittingly flitted over. Clearly, he was very conflicted. Who was W, A, and Ji Lingbo? How could he not perceive the current situation? W, A, and Ji Su, what's the meaning of this? Could it be that you're going to kill your own clansmen because of this boy's one sentence? W, A, and Ji Lingbo's expression changed and asked him. Chapter 1349. Everyone kicks a man who is down. Chapter 1349. Everyone kicks a man who is down. Cough, cough. Elder brother has misunderstood. How can this W, A, and G have this kind of idea? W, A, and Ji Su said, rather awkwardly. One had to admit that Yi Yuan's suggestion indeed made him tempted. W, A, and Ji Lingbo, this level of martial artist, could easily be found among people in the main family. Losing one to exchange for the essence cultivating pills selling rights was still very worth it. But this sort of words could not be said no matter what. Those who accomplished great things did not bother with the trifles. He was already weighing it over in his heart whether or not to dispose of W. A. and G. Lingbo in secret, and then find Yi Yuan for peace talks. W. A. and Ji Yuxiang's expression was also very ugly, that faintly imperceptible look of W. A. and Ji Su's just now. How could he not tell? Making him use his son's life to go exchange for the essence cultivating pills selling rights. He was not willing even if beaten to death. He would rather fight it out with the myriad treasure tower. Yi Yuan's condition made the banquet's atmosphere become delicate. W. A. and Ji Yuxiang's face fell, and he said, Yi Yuan, we came with sincerity. Can you also show your sincerity? Sincerity? Where's the sincerity? Hoo-hoo, pardon this Ye's eyes for being blind, but I don't see it. You all don't have sincerity, but this he came with the greatest sincerity. W. A. and Ji Lingbo took action against me back then. He should have today's reckoning. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. W. A. and Ji Lingbo was angered until he gnashed his teeth in hatred by the side. He knew that right now, apart from his father, probably everyone wanted him dead. City Lord, Your Excellency, Yi Yuan is clearly borrowing a knife to kill people. Don't accept his provocation. Even if we really kill my son, what if their myriad treasure tower reneges? What to do? W. A. and Ji Yuxiang said solemnly. Chen Yongyan fell silent. His attitude made W. A. and Ji Yuxiang's and W. A. and Ji Lingbo's hearts sink to rock bottom. With this city lord around, I believe the myriad treasure tower won't go back on their word, right? Chun Yongyan looked at Yi Yuan with a heated gaze and said. Yi Yuan smiled without saying a word, but did not answer. W. A. and Ji Lingbo's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, City Lord, what do you mean? Chen Yongyan said coolly, what do I mean? Everybody is doing business in Jewel Hill City, each relying on their own ability. But you sent people to hunt down the other party. It already overstepped the boundary. The moment old man Lin heard these words, he immediately concurred. Yeah, everyone is clear about the cause of this matter. Wasn't this all caused by that shameless younger sister of yours? It was your W. A. and G family's wrongdoing to begin with. And then you guys still wanted to exterminate everyone. It's too much. Old man Lu also said, the martial path has the martial path's rules, while business has business rules. W. A. and Ji Lingbo, you doing this has greatly ruined the rules of business. W. A. and Ji Lingbo's expression turned deathly pale. He finally knew what was called everyone kicks a man who was down. You all shameless. W. A. and Ji Lingbo was angered until he could not even speak. Before coming today, he was still very excited. But he never dreamed that this play today would actually ring the funeral bell for him. Now, this situation, everyone already wanted to kill and be done with it. Even the fellow clan member, W. A. and Ji Su, was also sharpening his knife. W. A. and Ji Yuxiang was extremely furious too and rebuked. You two old fogies, shut up for me. You all are really shameless to the extreme. Chen Yongyan said coolly, what they said is right too. W. A. and Ji Lingbo, since you did something wrong, you have to bear the consequences. Are you doing it yourself? Or do you want this city lord to take action? Chun Yongyan seemed to be talking about a very dull matter, his voice not carrying a trace of emotion. W. A. and Ji Lingbo trembled all over, his gaze revealing a look of despair. It seemed like he could not escape his doom today. His gaze suddenly looked towards W. A. and Ji Su, seemingly grasping the last strand of life-saving straw, saying urgently, Sir Su, we're close relatives of the same clan. Could it be that you're also going to be subjected to the sowing of dissension by these despicable villains? He knew W, A, and G Su's status. If W, A, and G Su open his mouth, Chen Yongyan might not be unscrupulous and brazen. W, A, and Ji Su looked straight ahead and could not be bothered to give him a glance at all. The matter already developed to this kind of extent. He already had no need to protect W, A, and Ji Lingbo anymore. Elder brother, it's not that W, A, and Ji Su isn't saving you. It's truly a situation where the evil we bring onto ourselves are the hardest to bear. W, A, and Ji Su said emotionally. W, A, and Ji Su's words became the final straw that brought down the camel, shattering all of W, A, and Ji Lingbo's fantasies. Suddenly, W, A, and Ji Lingbo's figure moved, speeding outside of the main hall. Humph! Courting death. Chun Yongnian gave a cold snort, directly reaching a claw out. W, A, and Ji Lingbo's figure abruptly stopped. But right at this time, W, A, and Ji Yuxiang also made a move. There was no way he could watch his son be killed unfeelingly. Chun Yongnian's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "Overestimating your own ability." While talking, Chun Yongnian turned his claw into a palm. A surge of immense force emerged in full force. Bang! Just one palm, W, A, and Ji Yuxiang's body was like a kite with a broken string flying out backward. In front of Chun Yongnian, W, A, and Ji Yuxiang was weak until he did not have any strength to retaliate. Following that, Chen Yongnian turned his palm into a claw once more. W, A, and Ji Lingbo's figure was actually directly burst open by a powerful essence energy, while from start to end, Chen Yongnian just sat still. With a wave of a hand, one dead and one injured, the aura that looked down upon the world was displayed in its entirety. At this time, W, A, and Ji Yuxiang was still lying on the ground, vomiting blood in large mouthfuls. His gaze when looking at Chen Yongnian was filled with killing intent. The pupils of Lu and Lin, two families' old heads, also shrunk, looking at Chen Yongnian with incredible shock. They also did not expect that Chen Yongnian was actually powerful to this kind of extent already. It seemed like he was also merely a step away from late-stage Heaven Glimpse. Chen Yongnian killing W, A, and Ji Lingbo with ruthless means and bringing down W, A, and Ji Yuxiang also had the intention of establish H, I, plussing prestige. He already had not displayed his strength in front of the public for many years. Now let them take a look that this city lord, was not someone to be provoked. Of course, the most important was still shocking Yi Yuan, making him realize his promise. The Yang Rue by the side was long dumbstruck with amazement already. Before coming, he never thought that Yi Yuan's casual few sentences would make the alliance of the three great families and city lord manor to fall apart. Now W, A, and Ji Lingbo was dead, and W, A, and Ji Yuxiang severely wounded. The W, A, and Ji family was virtually crippled already. Not only was this youth's talent extremely high, these means and resourcefulness were also exceedingly formidable, truly terrifying. Except, after witnessing Chen Yongnian's means, Yang Rue no longer had thoughts of getting lucky. Looks like Yi Yuan also knew that the essence cultivating pill could not be protected anymore. Hence, that was why he would maximize the role of the essence cultivating pill, using it to knock dead the W, A, and Ji family father and son. Clearly, he succeeded. Yi Yuan observed all of this from the sidelines the whole time. These people all posed as people of high morals, but they disowned all relatives and friends in front of benefits. truly laughable. Putting it bluntly, they were a bunch of despicable people who only sought profits. Finished doing all these, Chen Yongnian used an indifferent gaze to look at Yi Yuan and said, W.A.N.G. Lingbo broke Jewel Hill City's business world order. Even death cannot atone for his crimes. Tower Lord Yang, Yi Yuan, what to do next will depend on you all. Depend on us? Depend on us what? Yi Yuan switched to a smiling face and asked with a smile. His words made everyone's faces changed. Could it be that this boy was going to go back on his word? Chen Yongnian's face fell, and he said, the condition that you raised, I've already promised you on behalf of their 3 families. Now, it's time for you to realize your promise. Yi Yuan's smile was very radiant as he said, Promise? Did I say anything? Did City Lord, Your Excellency, hear wrongly? Chapter 1350. You all can't dictate anything. Chapter 1350. You all can't dictate anything. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Truly laughable. Far away came W.A.N.G. Yuxiang's mocking and dispirited laughter. At this point, how could the rest still not know that they were tricked by Yi Yuan? From the very beginning, Yi Yuan never planned on giving them the selling rights of the essence cultivating pill. It was just in order to let them fight in the nest. Their group of people was despicable villains in vain, unexpectedly letting Yi Yuan watch a good show on one side. W.A.N.G. Su's face was grim as he said, Yi Yuan, you dare to go back on your word and toy with us? Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, keeping one's words is reserved for gentlemen. You all, a bunch of despicable people, what integrity is there to speak of? Giving you all the sales rights today, you all will come and annex the Myriad Treasure Tower in the future. But this play just now was still really exciting, letting this Yi see the faces of you all, this group of people, clearly. Ha ha. Yi Yuan's words were like the emperor's new clothes, tearing off their disguise without any mercy. Their performance previously was like a clown fooling around. Good, very good. Boy, you're using your life to provoke this city lord. Since you did so, then you should have some awareness, right? Chun Yongnian said with an incredibly grim look. Yang Rui suddenly stood up, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. What do you all want to do? Chun Yongnian, I'm warning you, Yi Yuan is the Myriad Treasure Tower's guest alchemist. If you dare to touch him, that's going against the Myriad Treasure Tower. Yang Rui said solemnly. He also did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually be so straightforward, playing this move with the other party. Now, satisfying was satisfying, but it also incurred public wrath. None of these guys were good people. It was impossible for them to let Yi Yuan go so easily. Chun Yongnian sneered coldly when he heard that and said, Yang Rui, are you scaring me? This place isn't Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasures territory. It's no use for you to pull out this tiger skin. As long as this city lord doesn't kill you, I don't believe that the Myriad Treasure Tower can do anything to me. Yang Rui's expression changed, and he said, if it were before, there's naturally nothing if you killed him. But he handed the essence cultivating pill formula to the Myriad Treasure Tower now. Do you think that upstairs will still sit by idly and remain indifferent? Yang Rui's words made Chen Yongnian and the rest greatly shocked. They all thought that right now the Myriad Treasure Tower was relying on Yi Yuan and that the essence cultivating pill formula was still in Yi Yuan's hands. But they never thought that Yi Yuan actually handed over the pill formula. Like this, the matter was somewhat troublesome. Even though this place was not Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's domain, the Myriad Treasure Tower's power absolutely could not be overlooked. Otherwise, Chen Yongnian also would not be so apprehensive and not dare to kill Yang Rui. Brother Chen, today, this punk has to be killed no matter what. Things have already come to this point. If we let him swagger his way out of the City Lord Manor, what face does our 3 families and the City Lord Manor still have to carry on living in this Jewel Hill city? Since he isn't willing to hand over the essence cultivating pill, that's the outcome of fighting to the death. And, body can benefit. W.A.N.G. Su said solemnly right at this time. Chen Yongyan thought about it and felt that what W.A.N.G. Su made a lot of sense. Today, this city lord's face was considered utterly lost. If he did not kill Yi Yuan, how would he still rule Jewel Hill City in the future? He nodded his head and said, "What you said is right. Even if really killed, it's also not Myriad Treasure Tower's turn to come and punish this city lord. Humph, Yi Yuan, today you're dead for sure." Not just Chun Yongnian. The Lu and Lin 2 families' old heads also went forward to surround unknowingly, enclosing Yi Yuan duo in the center. This move of Yi Yuan had offended everyone present. W.A.N.G. Su smiled coldly and said, "Boy, do you think that by handing over the pill formula, everything will be fine? This place is Jewel Hill City. It's Brother Chen's territory. You can't overturn the heavens." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "You guys think too highly of yourselves. Don't think that you can dictate anything. In reality, you all can't dictate anything." Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and walked over toward the front door. Humph! Blind, reckless fool. Chun Yongnian gave a cold snort, his figure suddenly shooting out, speeding over towards Yi Yuan. When killing W.A.N.G. Lingbo and wounding W.A.N.G. Yuxiang, Chun Yongnian did not get serious. But against Yi Yuan, he was really enraged. This opening move was a lightning-quick blow. Yang Rui's face revealed a look of astonishment, feeling like a great mountain was Cruz. Plussing over towards him. At virtually the same time, another surge of powerful aura billowed to the sky. Russ. Plussing over toward Yi Yuan. W.A.N.G. Yuxiang. Brat, not killing you today. I'm less than human. W.A.N.G. Yuxian roared. 2 great experts teaming up for a pincer attack. Even if Yang Rui had 3 heads and 6 arms, he could not stop it either. Just as he was going to risk it all, a gust of piercing cold wind suddenly started howling inside the main hall. An additional figure appeared beside Yi Yuan, at no idea when. The moment this figure appeared, it gave people a feeling akin to falling into an ice cellar. Who could this figure be other than Gui Yun? It was only to see him flicked his sleeves. A gust of bone-piercingly cold wind howled toward W.A.N.G. Yuxiang, following which he pointed a finger out, meeting this palm of Chun Yongnian's. All of this happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. Everyone did not react on time. W.A.N.G. Yuxiang was seriously injured to being with. This attack was completely hanging on with one breath. This flick of Gui Yun's W.A.N.G. Yuxiang's entire person was akin to being struck by lightning, his figure abruptly stopping, already unable to move when it brushed past halfway. This force wind froze all the blood in his body. When looking again, he was actually completely lifeless already. While Chun Yongnian, this side, had a frontal exchange with Gui Yun. Boom! An explosion sounded out, powerful wind spilling over. Chun Yongnian's figure retreated explosively, even faster than when he came. All the way until his body hit a stone pillar, did he barely manage to hold steady. Chun Yongnian's expression was ugly to the extreme. He felt like his whole body was petrified, unable to move a muscle at all. This shock was by no means insignificant. He hurriedly revolved divine essence before purging this frozen feeling. 2-star, evil spirit. Chun Yongnian's gaze turned intent. His gaze when looking at Gui Yun was full of dread. That blow just now, the superiority was immediately established. Very clearly, he was not Gue Yun's match. These few years, Gue Yun's strength advanced by leaps and bounds under Dustless's guidance. The Ghost Tao 100 runes. He already thoroughly grasped the first 2 runes. Although he had not broken through realm yet, his strength could no longer be mentioned in the same breath. Chun Yongyan was not worth mentioning in front of him at all. Gue Yun's opening move was similarly 1 death and 1 injured, thoroughly stunning everyone. Turns out that this was Yi Yuan's trump card. This evil spirit's strength made all of them feel appalled. Master, want to kill them or not? Gue Yun gave a bow toward Yi Yuan respectfully, seeking his opinion. This sentence made a chill run down everyone's spine. They did not doubt in the slightest that Gue Yun had this strength. Messing around for a long time, they all, this group of people, were merely clowns jumping around. Right from the beginning, Yi Yuan did not place them in his sights at all. Yi Yuan's confidence was never some essence-cultivating pill, but this middle-stage 2-star evil spirit. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Chen Yongyan. He said with a faint smile, "City Lord, today's banquet was pretty good. Putting aside the delicacies, there was even a good show. Now, this Yi is going to leave. I wonder if you still have any objections?"